Good morning and welcome to the land use meeting of the Hillsborough County Commission for February 8th. To start the meeting, we will begin with a Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone will please rise, and this will be given by our chaplain, followed by an invocation by Commissioner Stacy White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask that if you're able to please stand at this time, and we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, the land on this earth is a finite resource, and I pray that you will guide this board, our staff and stakeholders this morning as we seek to make decisions that balance the private property rights with the greater good of the community, and that we also think of future generations that will be here in this community long after we're all gone. As always, I also pray for our first responders and members of our armed forces. Pray that you will guide them and keep them safe each and every day. And I ask for these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner. Nicely done, as always. Before we have the roll call, I'll read a memorandum into the record from our Commission Chair, Kimberly Overman. And it says, Commissioner Smith, unfortunately, I will be unable to join today's meeting until late morning as I had a pre-existing commitment. Please read the reason for my morning absence into the record. And we are hoping to be joined by Commissioner Overman a little bit later in the morning, but until then, I'll be your chair. And so next thing is the roll call for attendance.
Overman. Cohen.
Here.
Hagan. Commissioner Hagan.
Here.
Kemp.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
White.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. And we'll move to the withdrawals, continuances, and remand by Mr. Moretta.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Joe Moretta, Development Services Department, for the record. I'll move into the changes to the agenda. The first one is found on agenda page 10, item E3, PRS 22-0232. The additional party of records have been added to the backup for this item. The next one is found on agenda page 10, item E4, personal appearance 22-0303. The applicant name change from POTOMAC Land Company to Pulte Company, L.L.C. We also have an off the agenda item that's been added. It's related to rejecting the proposal for settlement. The Reed Fishbach, Christopher W. Bear McCullough, Joseph B. Sumner, 3rd, Hillsborough County, Florida Division of Administrative Hearings, case number 21-3467. That's been added to the consent section of the agenda. Now moving to the withdrawal, continuances, and remands. Item A1, rezoning PD 18-0996. Staff is requesting the item be continued to the March 8th, 2022 Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A2, special use land excavation 21-1219. This application is out of order. It's being continued to the March 8th Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A3, special use land excavation 21-1224. This application is out of order. It's being continued to the March 8th Board of Commissioner meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A4, personal appearance 22-0042. This application is being continued by the applicant as a matter of right at the March 8th Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A5, personal appearance 22-0243. This application is out of order. It's being continued to the March 8th Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 9 a.m. Moving on to item A6, CDD 21-1210. Staff is requesting the item be continued to March 8th Board of Commissioner meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A7, CDD 2022-0166. Staff is requesting the item be continued to the March 8th Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 9 a.m. And finally, item AA, V21-0013 to vacate platted drainage easements. This petition is being continued to the March 8th, 2022 Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 9 a.m. Commissioners, that concludes the changes, withdrawals, and continuances. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moretta. At this time, we'll look for a motion to approve the changes.
Move changes.
Second.
Thanks. I have a motion approved by Commissioner Cohen, second by Commissioner Kemp. We're taking a roll call vote.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And at this time, because we had that addition to the off-the-agenda item added to the consent agenda, on the agenda, the settlement proposal in Fishbach et al. Versus Hillsborough County, we will open for public comment if there are any. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak to that item on consent? Seeing none,
I see none have signed up virtually. I'm not aware if any are in person at Saunders.
Mr. Moretta, is there anyone there?
No, ma'am, no one approaching the dais.
Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll close the public comment for that item and move to the
Move
consent
approval of the
agenda.
consent agenda.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Myers. We'll take a roll call vote.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes,
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
thank you. And if anyone has an item that was on the consent agenda, all the B items, it has been acted on and approved. All right. At this time, we'll administer the oath for anyone planning to testify today. So if anyone's present planning to testify today, please raise your right hand and be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay, before we begin our first public hearing of the morning, I would like to take the opportunity to remind all of the speakers, including those participating in person at Saunders Library and those participating remotely, of our meeting participation process. When it is your turn to speak, I will recognize you as a speaker. For those participating in person at the Saunders Library, please adhere to mask requirements and respect our social distancing guidelines. Remain seated, and please do not approach the podium to speak until I have called on you. Thank you. And that takes us to Section C, vacations and public hearings on the vacation. So we're now at the vacation section. Mr. Moretta, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. This brings us to item C1, this public hearing for vacating petition V21-0011. The real estate staff will present this item and be available for questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen to bring up the map. For the record, Carrie Allen, Facilities Management and Real Estate Services Department. Item C1 today is Vacate ID V210011. This is a petition by Starlight Homes Florida, L.L.C. to vacate and replace a public lift station and vacate portions of a private landscape area, private drainage area, and a public drainage easement, all within the plat of Ruskin Reserve as recorded in Plat Book 140, page 1 of the Public Records of Hillsborough County. The purpose of this vacating petition is to accommodate a larger public lift station and rededicate the area to Hillsborough County by warranty deed. Acceptance of the warranty deed will provide Hillsborough County with an expanded public lift station to support the Ruskin Reserve subdivision. The proposed vacate area is located west of 9th Street Southeast and north of 14th Avenue Southeast in Ruskin, and consists of approximately 6,318 square feet or 0.15 acres. Reviewing departments, agencies, and utility providers have raised no objections to the vacate and replacement of the public lift station. The Water Resources Department recommends acceptance of the warranty deed. Staff recommends approval of this petition request and acceptance of the warranty deed. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and is there anyone who needs to speak to this item? You've got 3 minutes as speaker. Mr. Moretta, is anybody there to speak to this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll open the floor for a motion.
Second.
Thank you. You've got a motion to approve by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner White. We'll take a roll call vote.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes,
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
thank you. And that takes us to the E section, land use hearings. Mr. Moretta, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioners. I want to take you to the overhead for this particular item. This is a personal appearance, 21-1184, located at 2800 Pamela Personal. It's a 2.5-acre parcel, and it's located, go ahead and switch to the site plan. It's located on the corner of Washington Road and St. Cloud Avenue, southwest corner. The area of change is going to occur where there's a water treatment system in place. The property owner has constructed an accessory structure to cover the water treatment center, and because of that, they're going to need setback reduction relief. The applicant is proposing a 3.82 setback, which is effectively where the water treatment area is existing, and the existing accessory structures there, so they're seeking relief to the setbacks to comply this. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moretta. We'll have the applicant presentation for 15 minutes.
Hey, good morning, everyone. If I could also use the overhead, I would too. Gotcha. Perfect. All right, good morning. My name is Matthew Norman with Boggs Engineering. I'm speaking on behalf of the property owner. He has an existing PD for a farm worker housing facility at 2800 Pamela Parsona Way. It's an existing 15-unit subdivision, or not subdivision, farm worker housing facility. He has an existing treatment system. It costs about $70,000 or so to construct. So he wanted to protect it. He did so by building an accessory roof structure over the treatment system. The treatment system was pre-existing. In fact, it was already shown on the previous PD modification. The concrete pad that contains both the well and the treatment system were already called out under major modification 18-009. So the owner constructed the roof over the treatment system, obviously to protect his investment and protect the system from damage so he can continue to supply safe drinking water to the inhabitants of the facility. This structure obviously violates the current 50-foot building setback, so we are requesting to reduce the eastern setback of this PD to allow for the roof system to remain over the treatment system. I have a couple pictures of it. Let's see. Oh, right under here. So this is what it looks like today. You can see the roof over the treatment system. This picture here is looking at the treatment system from the road. You can see that it's screened by a wooden fence that has the roof structure over the system. And then looking from inside the property into the inside of the structure, you can see the treatment system inside, the roof structure with a paneling to the side that also provides some screening and protection there. So given that the structure is built there to protect the system that was already in place, it's not a shed or something that can be relocated elsewhere on the property. It's tied to the treatment system, which is more of a permanent fixture. That the roof is protecting that system from damage to prevent interruption to the facility. That the structure and the wooden fence help screen the system from the road. That the structure does not impact the site's density or trip generation. We are requesting the ability to reduce that setback to 3.82 feet under this minor modification request. And that concludes my speech.
Thank you very much. That's very well done with all the detail we need, I think. Yeah, is there anyone for proponent testimony?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and any opponents wish to testify?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Seeing none, the Development Services recommendations, if any?
We are recommending approval with conditions.
Okay, and applicant, in light of the fact that there's no opponents or proponents, and you've got a recommendation for approval, you want to waive your rebuttal time?
Yes.
Wise move.
Move approval.
Second.
Great, I've got a motion to approve by Commissioner Cohen, second by Commissioner Myers. We'll take a roll call vote.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. We'll move to item E2. Mr. Moretta, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. This brings us to item E2, personal appearance 22-0028. And Commissioners, this is a proposal for a minor modification, essentially dealing with street cross sections associated with the project, which is generally known as University Square Mall. I believe most people know where this is located. This is Fowler Avenue. The project is north of Fowler Avenue. University of South Florida is located to the east. Interstate 75 is located to the west. I want to turn it over to Israel Monsanto. He's going to walk you through the proposed cross-section changes for the road typologies. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. Israel Monsanto, Development Services. Sharing on the overhead, as Mr. Moretta stated, this project is the University Square Mall. Most of the changes being proposed by the applicants are located on the southwest portion of the mall in front of these existing parking areas. According to the narrative, the Burlington store, which is generally located in this area, which is outside of the planned development and zone commercial general, is being relocated to be part of the mall project within the PED. This is the existing planned development and approved plan. The project consists of many blocks, development blocks, and an internal street network consisting of different street typologies, A, B, C, D, and so on. The main changes, again, are being proposed between blocks 10, 14, 9, and 13, and the streets being proposed to be redesigned are this section here, going from a standard B section to a shopping center drive, and these two access driveways that are designed today as a standard D, type D sections, to an off-phase 1D section. This is a more detailed plan indicating the exact areas of development. Block 14 today consists of a parking lot. The applicant proposes to utilize the parking lot for the future development that they're proposing for the new retail area, which is generally on the southern portion of Block 10. These sections here are the new proposed Phase 1 Type D streets, and these sections here are the new proposed Shopping Center Drive sections, which are going from a standard Type B to the Shopping Drive Center. What you see in front of you, Commissioners, is the sheet 606. This is a more detailed proposal plan. And here you can see the two Type D Phase 1 proposed street sections and design. And going east to west are the proposed shopping center internal drive. The proposed Burlington store will be relocated on this area. There is other tenants coming in here and retail space coming in this area. And the parking lot, existing parking lot in front of this future retail area will be redesigned and restriped to accommodate the new development. Again, for this minor modification, the applicant states that since the time of the original rezoning, the applicant entered into a land swap agreement with the owners of the Burlington store, conditioning upon Burlington store being relocated into this new location in the proposed new retail area, portion of Block 10 and 14 of the project. The applicant states that in order to redevelop the existing Burlington property that is located in the heart of the area, slated for more urban redevelopment in the approved zoning and the urban design guidelines, it is very important that the Burlington relocate. The applicant affirms too that to understand why the new retail area is proposed, needs to be created, it is important to understand that there are some requirements according to the applicant that the Burlington store needs in order to relocate here, having the parking and having the a driveway in front of them. As a result, to relocate and accommodate the Burlington store and other retail spaces in the area shown in 6606, two title streets are being redesigned as noted. Going to more detail now on the type of the streets. This is an existing, currently approved Type B. You can see the minimum width is 60 feet. The applicant proposes the shopping center internal drive to have 12 feet travel lanes, parking area on one side, and then a sidewalk on the other side where the buildings will be relocated. And again, these are the areas where this is being proposed. Going into more detail on the shopping driveway. The driveway will be relocated in existing parking lots in front of this future store, and this will remain to serve this use. These are interim changes according to the applicant that were not only contemplated, but were specifically discussed at the time of the original rezoning. The staff evaluated the modification of the Type B streets, and the applicant has proposed conditions requiring the timing for when that shopping center drive would be rebuilt to the original approved Type B typical sections. In summary, the condition would establish two scenarios. Either portion of adjacent blocks 9, 13, or 14 is further developed or redeveloped, and or 2, further development or redevelopment of the retail area within Block 10. Additionally, the surface parking lot on Block 14 would be allowed to continue until it's redeveloped in accordance with the current conditions of approval of the PD. Moving on to the next street, the Type D streets. This is the currently approved Type D sections. There are the standard and the alternate. As you can see, the minimum width approved today is 102 feet. It has a raised median, shared bike lanes, and wide sidewalks on both sides. The applicant is proposing a much narrow street, minimum of 48 feet. No raised median, but they propose a striped median in the middle, 11 feet travel lane, sidewalks on both sides. According to the narrative, the developer will provide the required typical sections of original approved when intensity of the project warrants the improvements as set forth in the proposed conditions. In the interim, the applicant proposes the Type D Phase 1 section to be constructed concurrent with the development of this new retail area. This intertypical section will provide roadways and pedestrian connections to Fowler avenues further to the south to serve the new retail area and remainder of the project. This retail area will be approximately 94,876 square feet. Therefore, this interim typical section will provide ingress and egress capacity sufficient for existing and proposed uses into the foreseeable future. To demonstrate sufficient capacity, the applicant has provided to our transportation staff a traffic monitoring report prepared by the engineer dated December 20, 2021. There are different triggering mechanisms requiring these two driveways to be rebuilt in accordance with the Type D street typical sections as originally approved in the plan development. And these include redevelopment of blocks adjacent to these streets. Go back to the general plan. Or triggered by level of service as indicated by the traffic monitoring report. And in general, there are different scenarios. Upon the earlier of one, such time as the block adjacent to a Type D phase typical section is further redeveloped, meaning these 4 blocks, is further developed or redeveloped with vertical square footers, the Type D phase 1 typical section shall be replaced with a Type D street typical section and constructed in accordance with the Type D street typical section on sheet 2 of 6. Or 2, such time as the traffic monitoring report indicates that existing plus project traffic is anticipated to exceed the two-way peak hour level of service T threshold for a 2-lane divided roadway as part, for a 2-lane divided roadway. In conclusion, Commissioners, given that the project was originally conceived and intended to be a destination with a strong urban scale, approved with specific site design standards which accommodate pedestrians with walkable streetscape, staff expressed concerns with the proposal to redesign or designate the project streets with a different typical section. The applicant made several revisions after initial meetings to the general site plan and typical sections in an attempt to design this internal roadway as close as possible with the proposed typical sections approved today. Additionally, the applicant updated the traffic analysis, general site plan, and request to ensure that the future reconfiguration of the affected internal roadways as required today by the PD is attainable within a reasonable amount of time. The areas proposed for the redesigned streets are being limited to the new retail area on the south portion of the project. The proposed street designs will not remain in perpetuity, since as the project further develops, these internal roadways would be required to be rebuilt to meet the original approved typical street sections. Additionally, staff has evaluated the different triggering mechanisms proposed by the applicant and has found these adequate. As noted, by imposing traffic thresholds and conditioning future development or redevelopment of areas within the projects, including changes of use in the new retail area, the modified typical sections resulting from the Burlington store relocation would be required to be rebuilt to the standards of the street types as originally approved in the PD. Based on all these considerations, the staff recommends approval with conditions, and we're available if you have any questions.
Thank you. And is the applicant present and wish to make a presentation?
Yes, Elise Batzel with Stearns Weaver Miller. Madam Chairman, we have an unorthodox request this morning. Our transportation engineer had an emergency and is not available at this time. And in addition, it's become apparent that the Planning Commission, in drafting their report, did not have the benefit of the final set of conditions that Development Services is working with. And so we would ask if we could continue this hearing to the very end of your day today, so that our transportation engineer, who actually drafted those level of service conditions, can answer any technical questions, and that the Planning Commission may have the opportunity to review the final set of conditions prior to you making any decisions.
Ms. Batzel, you're asking for this to be moved to the very end of our agenda after the F items then?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll move to continue.
Second.
Thank you. Let me just ask Planning Commission staff, do you have any staff who would be inconvenienced or here or not there if this schedule change is made?
Madam Chair, thank you for asking. Melissa Leinhardt, for the record, Planning Commission staff. We can take a look at those revised conditions between when we filed our memo on the 25th and when they were crafted. We can certainly do that before the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have any further board discussion? Seeing none, motion to move this item to the end of the agenda. Sounds okay with you guys? By Commissioner Cohen, second by Commissioner Pat, second by Commissioner Cohen. We'll take a roll call vote.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So then the E2 is continued, and we'll move to E3 at this time. Mr. Moretta, kick it off.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. That brings us to item E3. It's personal appearance 22-0232. Parcel is located, I'll take you to the overhead, south of Gibsonson Drive, located between 75 to the east and to the west of 301. More specifically, project is located on Matt Hawk Drive. The proposal is to keep the entitlements the same. There's 116 units approved for a multifamily project. It can either be traditional multifamily or senior units. When this project was reviewed initially before the board, there was a 4-story product that was being proposed. The applicant agreed to reduce that 4th story and remove it, which brought it down to 3 stories. The entitlements in this proposal are the same, but what the applicant is proposing is a site redesign to be able to capture the 116 units. And that's driving some expansions in the actual footprint of the building to be able to accommodate that. So there's no additional entitlements proposed, but there's site changes in the site plan in terms of the footprint, in terms of some of the other areas in the site where the buildings and the parking and other associated items will lay out. Michelle Heinrich, our staff, is going to walk you through the changes in the site plan and show you how that's all going to work. Our staff has reviewed this, and we are recommending approval with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moretta.
Good morning, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. As Mr. Moretta stated, this is a piece of property referred to as parcel E1 in PD 02-0060. Overall, the PD is 23 acres in size, and it is approved for commercial, office, and multifamily uses. The specific parcel in question, which is E1, permits 3 development options, which includes commercial, standard multifamily housing, or senior multifamily housing. And in both cases for the multifamily housing, they are limited to 116 units, which is not proposed for any increase. The site is located in the urban service area, in the Riverview Community Plan area, and within the SMU 6 future land use category. And just to give you a quick overview, which is also in your backup, this is what's currently approved today for the standard apartments. And this is what is approved today for the senior apartments. And as you'll see, it's somewhat of an upside down U. And under the modification, there are some changes. And the standard and the senior look identical. And specifically, the changes that are proposed are a decrease in the building height from 56 feet 4 stories to 45 feet 3 stories. This was agreed upon by the applicant with the board at their previous appearance. However, it was only changed in the conditions, and they are rectifying that by also having that on the site plan. As you saw when I showed the 2, there is a footprint change where now it's kind of more of a uppercase H building size. There is an increase in building footprint size from 31,473 feet to 51,000. And if this was regulated by FAR, which they are not, but just to give you some context, that would be a floor area ratio of 0.19 under the 51,000. There is a decrease in the northern building setback from 232 to 144 feet, and that northern setback is adjacent to Town Center River and commercial uses. There is a decrease in the eastern building setback from 40 feet to 31.7 feet, and that property line is adjacent to the Lowe's Shopping Center. There is a decrease in the southern building setback from 76.9 to 44 feet, and that setback is adjacent to the rear of a two-story building used for a charter school. A decrease in the western building setback from 216.9 feet to 152. This is adjacent to Matt Hogg Road and undeveloped areas of the PD and stormwater. And as you saw when I showed the two configurations, the parking area is generally in the same location, but it has changed slightly in the internal configuration of where the spaces would be. The northern access drive has been relocated 100 feet to the east. And lastly, sidewalk modifications due to the parking area configurations. Buffering and screening will remain, and both then and now exceeds what the LDC requires. And again, there is no increase in the number of units, and staff does find this approvable subject to conditions. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant present and wish to make a presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Renardo, civil engineer with Foresight Group. Address is 10150 Highland Manor Drive, Suite 210, Tampa, Florida 33610. I'm the applicant's agent representing Wendover Housing Partners. We're teamed up with Avcon Inc. as well. We got Rick Baldacchi with me. I'm going to turn the presentation over to Rick. The one thing I just wanted to say is that while the staff is correct in that we're reducing the setbacks, however, the setbacks that we're proposing still meet the minimum required that are currently approved today.
Thank you, Ryan. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rick Baldacchi with Avcon Inc., 5555 East Michigan Street, Orlando. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, staff, for working with us on this. As staff mentioned, there are no new entitlements. This was strictly a minor mod to change the site plan to be in conformance with something we agreed upon previously, which was the height reduction. This is an affordable housing project. It's approved as affordable housing, and we plan to move forward with affordable housing. So all we wanted to talk about today was condition number 9 on page 16. We were trying to understand that condition a little better. We've been talking to staff. Because as you probably are aware, when we do an affordable housing project, it goes through financing with Florida Housing at the state and depends on a series of sequences, which includes getting a building permit. So condition 9 delays a building permit kind of to an indefinite amount of time based on some projects that are under construction by the county. And we, through that process with Florida Housing, we also received utility availability form signed by the county, which is required by Florida Housing. So we were a little surprised at this condition. That letter was written in October of 2020. We've been speaking with staff about this condition. We understand that these capital improvement projects are under construction. We also understand that it's perhaps irrigation that creates your water low pressure issue in this area. And we are proposing to put an irrigation well on site and would not be connecting our irrigation to your system. So we would like to request perhaps removing the new condition number 9, which was not in the previous PD, or adding a condition that we do not connect our irrigation to your system until we probably never will, but if you want to include the condition until your capital improvement projects are completed, we would request your consideration for that change. Other than that, we agree with the staff recommendation.
All right. That concludes the applicant presentation?
That includes our presentation, yes.
Thank you. Do we have any proponents in the audience?
No, ma'am.
I see we have one opponent, Mr. Thomas Fletcher. Is he present?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fletcher, the opponents have a total of 15 minutes.
You got a total of 15 minutes. 15 minutes, okay. For everyone. Right, there's only one, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. You're recognized.
I'm Tom Fletcher. My wife and I have resided on Cont'ds Drive since 1991. We have seen many changes in the Riverview area through the years and have in particular the development of the properties to the east of Cont'ds Drive. I'm here today representing the majority of our neighbors. Before I get to our opposition points, let me give you a condensed history of what we have seen. Before developers began digging footers, laying concrete asphalt, putting up cinder block walls. Although not in compliance with the comprehensive plan and over the objection of many residents in the area, zoning was approved for the big box loads. Soon after the property began between Cont'ds Drive and Lowe's were zoned for BPO. Residents were given promises from the county zoning staff that the parcels would never be zoned for commercial, nor to maintain a buffer and transition between the commercial businesses in our single-family home neighborhood. The PPO contained 5 parcels, all height restricted to 25 feet, and the parcels adjacent to Cont'ds Drive were limited to 5,000 square feet. MM 04-1482 was approved for parcel E to be zoned CN with a FAR of 20.25, a maximum building height of 35 feet, and maximum building size 104,500 feet. Should be noted that the same modification also requested that parcel D square footage be increased from 5,000 square feet to 8,000 square feet, which was disapproved. Recommendation of the land use hearing officer stated that the smaller size is considered as part of the transition from the larger structure planned to east along Gibsonton. Parcel E was approved to be subdivided into 2 parcels, E1 to the north and E2 to the south. Maximum building sizes were 49,220 for E1 and 55,280 for E2. A student charter school, 600 student charter school was approved for parcel E2, although no staging area was provided for the drop-off and pickup of students, which is really causing some difficulty. At the time, Mud Hog Road dead-ended at the school, so school traffic wasn't a big impact. Now there are 100 homes subdivided at the end of Mad Hog, which is the only ingress and egress for residents. All traffic grinds to a halt in the area as vehicles totally block the street, waiting for their children. Now we move on to major modification 200808 last year, which represented a zoning change to allow apartments to be built on parcel E1. The initial request was for a 31,473 square foot building, 56 feet high. Zoning was approved for affordable housing, either senior or not, restricted to 45 feet tall. PRS 220232 is now requesting the building size to be increased to 51,000 square feet, which is larger than CS zoning of 49,220 feet. We oppose the approval of this modification for many reasons. The size of the building is much too large for the area and will eliminate the transition and buffer between our single-family homes and the Lowe's and other businesses to the east. Essentially, the developer would be given zoning for a larger building than the current CN zoning allows with an additional story. Using flex to support the size only adds to the degradation of our transition and shouldn't be considered for approval for the final square footage allowance. Makes no sense that the original building height was reduced by 25%. The zoning request is for a 62% larger building. The larger building footprint will severely reduce building setbacks and will result in a very crowded area. Green space will be eliminated from the whole corner, which is not consistent with the Riverview plan. The traffic situation will be greatly aggravated, particularly during morning and evening rush hours. There's already a water shortage, and apparently earlier testimony by the developer may have solved that problem. There are many new houses and very large apartment complex just east of Highway 301 under construction that could have a severe impact. There was little support for the zoning change at the BOCC until the subject of affordable housing was introduced. Once brought up, several commissioners jumped on the chance to help alleviate the county's shortage of available housing. There was a motion to table the decision pending research of the feasibility of putting affordable housing in the area. But the contractor needed immediate approval to meet state funding request deadlines. It was disappointing to see that the zoning was approved without any feasibility study of the area to even support affordable housing. There are several issues that need to be addressed before the site is approved for affordable housing. There's only one bus line that goes by the project and it doesn't cover any of the Highway 301 corridors to the south. There are no crosswalks. There are several key, very dangerous intersections for walking to the east, particularly by the Lowe's parking lot. We're very concerned about the slippery slope of the increasing zoning intensity of this parcel. We have already seen a change from a promise of no commercial on the parcel to CN zoning and now to affordable housing, to larger and taller building that exceeds all current zoning restrictions. We're also concerned that there will soon be another request to change from affordable housing to a regular apartment building. The reasoning will be simple. They're already approved for a number of apartments. What will the zoning impact be, the same building size and the number of apartments if not affordable? We understand that we can't stop growth and progress. However, we purchased in this area because of the great location away from much of the congestion, traffic, and urban sprawl, which didn't exist in the South Shore area. We were to be given protection by the county that were supposed to prevent the overgrowth that we see today. We recommend the county staff and BOCC not only disapprove the increased size of this building, but put the zoning for an apartment building on this parcel in abeyance until the feasibility study for affordable housing is completed and the water availability and pressure issues are satisfactorily addressed. Finally, during the last hearing on this property, Commissioner Overman wanted the developer to reach out to the neighborhood residents to get their input. Just like last time, there was no effort to engage the residents. So maybe this would be a good time to call time out to see if the developer really understands the impact of this project on the lives and those who live here, as well as those who come after. Thank you, sir, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for coming in and speaking to us. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to the project? There's 7 minutes left.
We have no one in the hearing room that is approaching the dais. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, I think we'll have Development Services speak to the condition 9 that the applicant mentioned. As you all know, I am very concerned about water availability and pressure in South County, and I'm very happy that we've been adding this water condition to rezonings south of the river. But I believe in this case, having spoken with staff and Mr. Cassidy of the water utility, that Mr. Gormley can explain that these entitlements are already figured into the calculation.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioners. So the application of the condition that restricts issuance of building permits until the completion of the 2 county CIP projects, that has been applied to new increments of development since the condition has been put on. It has not been intended to or been applied to existing entitlements that are already approved, understanding that those have been sort of factored into the water demand, and that the condition and the restriction is intended to go onto new increments of development. We did get the sort of standard condition that requested that. I was just speaking with Mr. Cassidy, and we're confirming, but very fairly confident that this was done, the comment was done and the condition added inadvertently without the understanding that it was existing entitlements. And I think I'm getting confirmation literally as we speak. George, is that confirmed? Okay. Okay. It does belong there? Okay. Commissioner, I think I need to just get a little bit additional clarification. I'm speaking with Mr. Cassidy at the moment. And so if we could just pause on this, or perhaps move to the next item, and I'll clarify this with Mr. Cassidy right now.
All right. Does the applicant understand what we're doing? We're trying to get clarification about that condition 9 that you just raised here. We have been putting it on all zoning south of the L.L.C. because of the water pressure systems. I'll ask if the board wants to make a motion to just continue this item.
I'll move to continue.
Second.
Thank you. So we've got a motion to continue till we, and I expect we'll be able to wrap this up right after the next item. So we'll move to the next item. And that's the motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Myers. Roll call vote.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Hold on. Which item are we voting on?
We're voting on continuing this item E3.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Great, and we will come back to that right after E4, I suspect. So moving to E4, Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. That brings us to item E4, personal appearance 22-0303. This is an amendment to a planned development to increase the fence height from 6 feet to 15 feet along the existing CSX railroad line. I'll direct your attention to the overhead. The applicant is proposing to increase the fence height from the western boundary of the site, moving up where the property is abutting the CSX railroad line up to this point. So from the west all the way to where the property abuts the rail line. After the property moves to the east and it moves away from the rail line, they're not proposing it in that area. So the applicant is proposing a masonry wall that would be 15 feet in height, no additional entitlements, just that particular mitigation factor to offset the impacts from the railway. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you.
Good morning, Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, representing the applicant, which is a new applicant, Pulte Homes. They actually closed on the home, and I've got the affidavit of authorization with me to submit into the record. We submitted it into the record on Friday, but since that was before the record closed, we went ahead and brought a hard copy with us today. As Joe mentioned, this is a very simple request. We are making one modification to condition 2.5. which is to allow a 15-foot concrete privacy fence instead of the 6-foot fence that's here. The original PD was approved in November of 2020. It was unanimously approved on consent. It proposed 75 single-family homes and had specific conditions to address neighborhood compatibility, such as one-story homes on the eastern boundary, and then also enhanced vertical screening on the south and west. And we are not modifying any of those conditions. Those special conditions will remain. I did want to show you another graphic that will illustrate part of the reason why we're doing this, and also show you the potential or lack of impact to the surrounding area. So you can see that there's Tico property to the north, and then you can see on this graphic the distance to any existing homes. We're 1,100 feet on one side, we are 650 feet from St. Cloud, and 450 feet to the existing home on the northern boundary. And the CSX track is very active. We did, there were some traffic counts kept by camera during January 15th to January 31st, and there was a lot of train traffic. Average was about 3 trains per day, and about 50% of the time there were more than 4 trains a day. And let me show you one more graphic here. This graphic shows you that the CSX railway is actually raised and elevated, and the grade changes along the property line. And that's why we're proposing the 15-foot wall. And this gives you a visual of what it will look like when it's installed. And with that, I would conclude my presentation unless there are any questions, and we would respectfully request your approval.
Thank you, Ms. Corbett. So, do we have any proponents in the audience who wish to testify to this?
None identified.
Any opponents?
None identified, thank you.
All right, thank you. And so would the applicant like to waive their rebuttal time at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Cohen, second by Commissioner Kemp. We'll take a roll call vote.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. And now we'll move back to item E3, which we had continued while we were waiting to settle the issue with Water Department about that condition 9. Mr. Gormley.
Yes, thank you. I have confirmed, I spoke with Mr. George Cassidy and confirmed that for this application, that the comment was put on inadvertently, and the intent was not to restrict the existing entitlements that are zoned today. And this application does not ask for any increased entitlements from what's otherwise approved, changing the footprint but not the number of entitlements. So with that, would recommend that condition 9 not be included and strike that, as it was not intended to limit the existing entitlements that are zoned for the project today.
All right. If we get a motion to approve, then it might include, it should include that. So, opening the floor then for board wait, is that where we are? No, applicant rebuttal, I think, at this time. Would the applicant like to speak to any of the discussion and testimony so far? You've got 5 minutes.
Yes. Hello again. This is Rick Baldacchi again. Just real quickly, just want to reiterate that there is no new intensity or density increase on this. When we agreed to the height change, that kind of forced us to make the building footprint a little bigger, but we still meet all the zoning requirements for setbacks. There's no new traffic as a result of this. And this will go forward as approved affordable housing, in case there was a question on that. And that's the end. Thank you very much for looking into that issue on condition 9. That's very important to our team and will allow us to move forward with this exciting project. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would also like to add my appreciation to staff for addressing that so quickly on the fly, as it was just brought up here. Thanks to everybody for being flexible. So open the floor for board discussion. Seeing none, I will just note that I've read the opposition that came in writing, in email, and I listened to the very well-prepared remarks of the opponent who came in today, and I very much appreciate the community being involved. I will point out that the community was involved in the reduction of height that the applicant has agreed to, which brought us to this point of codifying that per the community's request, and say that, point out that there will be no additional traffic from this because they are still operating out of their previously granted entitlements. At this point, there's no way we can take back any entitlements to the number of units that they're allowed. So the traffic is not going to increase by what we do today. What we do today is trying to make this address the earlier community concerns of wanting a shorter, lower building, but still accommodate the entitlements that were previously granted to this project. So it's maintaining the same number of units, and that's why we are also not requiring the water condition that we are now applying to new increases in density in this area. I will also note that I am happy to see the affordable housing as an element of this, 20%. I think affordable housing for up to 80% AMI. So that's a plus, and it's my understanding they're not getting a density bonus even for that affordable housing component. So the density is as low as we can make it at this stage, given previous decisions for that property, undoubtedly by previous hearings. So I'm inclined to favor this, and Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
I'll make a motion to approve. I just wanted to point out, it's very important in your clarification of this. We've gone back and forth with this, but I think it's important. I think it's hard, as you know, for community members to understand that these entitlements were assigned to prior to us a long time ago, and so we have to make the best we can of what was permitted. So I appreciate you going through that one more time, because I think that's important, and do appreciate the community members getting involved and engaged and doing the best we can to put this through, and also with the applicant in this case coming in, stepping up to do what they can within their entitlements to accommodate the community in terms of what they desired for this entitlement that they've already had.
So that's a motion to approve?
Yes.
By Commissioner Kemp. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Cohen. We'll take a roll call vote.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to the F section.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. This brings us to item F1. This is rezoning for plan development 21-0222. This case has actually been previously reviewed by the board, and it was remanded. The case is located on the north side of Bloomingdale, as you can see on the overhead, between Providence Road and Kings Avenue. Commissioners, the existing plan development is divided up into 4 parcels. Parcels 1, 2, and 3 all allow 8,000 square feet of commercial. Parcel 4 permits 13,000 square feet of commercial, and Parcel 5, 63 townhomes. And there's also 2 residential lots permitted in the existing PD. The proposal essentially maintains the commercial entitlements, and there is an increase in the townhomes that are allowed on Parcel 5 on the existing development, which is at 63. Parcel 5 in the proposal goes up to 90 townhomes. The new proposal eliminates the AS1 that was included in the existing zoning. The PD was combined with AS1 zoning, and this proposal develops it all as one PD, and it had a single-family home allowed in that proposal. On the remand matter, a few things came up in the previous board meeting, and I want to turn it over to Brian Grady and let him walk you through what has changed since the board initially reviewed this. We are recommending approval with conditions. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. This is a close-up aerial. The 2 primary issues on remand was that dealt with full access to Watson Road, which is on the west side of the property, which is at a light intersection with Watson and Bloomingdale. The applicant originally proposed no full access to Watson Road. The other primary issue was compatibility issue concerning a proposed effectively fast food drive-through at the southeast corner of the project. Upon remand, the following changes were made to the project that basically proposed full access to Watson Road, and then removed the request for the fast food drive-through along that parcel F, parcel 3. They did ask the allowance to have drive-through pharmacy and bank in those 2 parcels as part of this change. And then they also removed any option to have the townhome gated. Therefore, full access between all portions of the project will be provided. As you'll hear from testimony from the Planning Commission, these changes changed and garnered a consistency finding from the Planning Commission when the previous application was found inconsistent. And staff, as noted by Ms. Moretta, is recommending approval with these changes. Be available for any questions.
All right, and is the applicant present? Yes, you're right now.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, board members. I'm Michael Horner, 14502 North Del Mar Highway, Tampa 33618, representing the owner and the applicant. Board members, I'll be brief. This has been a long time. We've gone full circle. We have, as Brian noted, initially filed on this PD an amendment to allow gated access, while we initially filed for the plan that had the full access on the North Watson Road access, which was here. We actually went back after talking to the neighbors and thought that the better option was to remove that access and eliminate further impacts to the Watson-Bloomingdale Avenue intersection. That came to you with recommendations of approval from Development Services and the Zoning Hearing Master. However, at the board hearing, board meeting, several of you raised concerns regarding that north access not being there, and further noted that it restricted further cross-access connectivity for both the vehicles as well as pedestrians. So this plan before you reinstates all of those access points, also reinstates sidewalk connectivity throughout this property. We have removed all gating restrictions. So this will have internal and external movements between properties, and also allowing residents to access this property as well as townhome residents. Absent those changes, we think those objections had merit. That's why we took them seriously and went back to the drawing board and reinstated those requirements. There is an access that we discussed before, and that was what we call the North Circle K access, which is here. It was approved as right turn in, right turn out It was not developed as a right turn in, right turn out. Staff has required that it be reinstated as a right turn in, right turn out, and we have no objection to that. We only had one member of the neighborhood in opposition at the last zoning hearing master hearing, and I believe she wanted to have that still remain as a full access. But we understand transportation's concerns on impacts, on traffic movement conflicts, and we certainly agree with transportation conditions, and we are showing that as being a right turn in, right turn out. One of the biggest changes, Commissioner, even though we had support for this drive-through Starbucks on parcel 3, as Brian mentioned, the far east, several of you expressed concern about that use. And while it was a tough one to let go, we're hoping they can be relocated. This would have been a nice location. However, we have removed that out parcel entirely for the drive-through, and it simply remains a commercial out parcel for both office retail uses with no drive-through facility. This application now comes to you, Commissioners, with unanimous recommendations of approval. Also, no objections from any review agencies, including transportation, of course, and the zoning hearing master accepted this as well and supported. And we agree with all of staff's conditions, which are rather restrictive and numerous. And we have no changes additionally for you this morning. I'm going to have Mr. Yates just briefly address the access issues, and then we'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 6 minutes left.
Good morning. Michael Yates with Phone Traffic, and I have been sworn. As Mr. Horner described, this existing driveway that is at the northern end of the Circle K that is there today, per our discussions, this will be restricted to right in, right out. We'll be adding a traffic separator in the middle of the roadway. And then this will be the new full access that will serve the townhome project, and will also provide cross access to the internal roadway and have the full connection to Bloomingdale at the southeast corner. As far as transportation improvements, we have a TS3 section, typical section that will be constructed from this driveway to this driveway here. And so that will be a TS3. The only note of that TS3 is that the sidewalk on the west side is being constructed by the project on the west side, and it is already in permitting. It's already permitted, and I believe they're getting ready to start construction. The other component to that is that we will be adding F-type curb from the northern Circle K driveway and tying into the existing curb at Bloomingdale. And so those are the transportation improvements, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude the applicant presentation?
Yes, it does, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll open for oral argument by proponents. Are there any proponents who wish to speak other than the applicant?
No one identified in the hearing.
Any opponents present who wish to speak?
No one identified at the hearing. Thank you.
Okay. Does the applicant waive their rebuttal time?
Yes, we do, Madam Chair.
All right. Planning Commission staff.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential 6 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. At the regularly scheduled land use public meeting on October 12th, the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners remanded this application to the November 15th zoning hearing master meeting. The remand identified transportation and compatibility concerns for the applicant to review. The proposed removal of the driveway use on parcel 3 and the removal of the gated access off of Watson Road did result in a change to Planning Commission staff's recommendation. Because the subject property is located beyond the 300 feet distance from the qualifying intersection of Watson Road and Bloomingdale, Avenue, a waiver to locational criteria is required and a request has been submitted for review. Planning Commission staff recognizes the gradual transition from commercial development along Bloomingdale to townhomes and ultimately into lower density single-family residential lots moving northward. The applicant is also committing to elevations and design guidelines that are provided in the conditions of approval. The applicant has provided access along Watson Road, Bloomingdale Avenue, and cross accesses to the existing Circle K and parcels located to the east of the subject site. The applicant is removing the north driveway connection to Watson Road and only proposing a right-in, right-out turning restriction from parcel 4 to Watson Road. The applicant has also stated there is now full driveway access on the eastern property line, which aligns with the existing subdivision driveway south of Bloomingdale Avenue. Based upon the site design, transition of uses on site, and the commitment to building design, Planning Commission staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners approve the request to waive commercial locational criteria for this project. As part of this remand, the applicant is removing the drive-through and call box options on parcel 3. The previously approved PD 17-0068 placed restrictions that did not permit the use of drive-through facilities. This restriction allowed for an improved project design and compatibility with adjacent land uses. Future Land Use Element Policy 16.1 requires the use of locational criteria for placement of non-residential uses. Policy 16.2 requires the gradual transition of intensities through site planning, but it also requires that gradual transitions occur through the control of specific land uses. Policy 16.3 requires that development and redevelopment be integrated with adjacent land uses through creation of complementary uses. And Policy 23.2 requires that scattered, unplanned retail commercial development be discouraged and that commercial and office concentrations be encouraged. Commercial drive-through uses are not complementary to adjacent single-family and are too intense as it is further away from the Watson and Bloomingdale intersection. The removal of this request fills the intent of the aforementioned policies. Based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Recommendation?
At the zoning hearing master hearing on remand, the zoning hearing master again considered the request for rezoning of 14.45 acres from AS1 to plan development to permit a mixed-use development of commercial, office, and multifamily residential land uses. The application had been remanded by the board to reconsider access to Watson Road and consider the proposed coffee shop with the drive-through call box. The applicant responded to the board's comments by providing a full access point onto Watson Road at the northernmost point of the project, and the applicant has removed the proposed coffee shop with call box from its request. Additionally, the applicant has removed the request for gated project access to the townhomes and proposed that the requested bank with a 45-foot height maximum be permitted in both parcels 2 and 3. As you've heard from Ms. Leinhardt, the Planning Commission staff has changed its finding of inconsistency to consistent based on the revisions to the request. There was testimony in opposition that was provided by a representative of the Random Oaks Homeowners Association at the ZHM hearing, including letter of opposition that was also read into the record. Concerns pertain to the proposed change in the access point behind the existing Circle K as it is currently being used as a full access point, but is proposed to be restored to a right-in, right-out only access point. And county transportation staff responded to that concern by stating that the full access point provides the opportunity for residents of the subject property to turn left onto Watson Road from the northernmost access point. Additionally, residents who want to visit the shops on the subject property would be able to connect via the full access point. County staff also testified that the proposed access would reinstate what's already approved under the current PD zoning district. The zoning hearing master found that this requested rezoning represents an additional 27 homes to the approved 63 townhomes. The intensity of the project is compatible with the surrounding area. The zoning hearing master therefore recommended approval of the request.
Thank you. And that concludes our program for F1. Is there any board discussion?
Move approval?
Second.
We've got a motion to approve by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Myers, and I just want to add that I appreciate the applicant and Mr. Horner taking the time to address the board's concerns about connectivity. I know it can be difficult with the controversy that surrounds how do we address our traffic problems, but it's clear that this board has settled on supporting connectivity and encouraging connectivity wherever we can, and just want to appreciate the applicant's understanding and moving to address those concerns. So I'll be supporting the motion to approve, obviously. We'll take a roll call vote.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes,
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
thank you. That takes us to item F2. Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. This brings us to item F2 on the agenda. This is a rezoning for planned development, number 21-1092, located at 1601 South Kingsway Road. More specifically, on the overhead, you can see Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard to the north. We have Kingsway Road, which abuts the site to the east. Commissioners, the existing plan development is currently approved for 54,000 square feet of mini warehouse uses. What this proposal essentially distills down to is a area where they're proposing to park RVs and boats, which is a 24,380 square foot area that's going to be sheltered. That particular area is considered accessory as it's open storage, and it starts to get into some percentages which deviate from the Land Development Code. The Land Development Code has a 20% cap on the amount of accessory storage that can be incorporated in these mini warehouse sites and outdoor storage, and that's applicable to residential categories in the comp plan. The Land Development Code was changed several years ago when there was an identified need for some open storage to be allowed as long as it couldn't be viewed from the street, and that Land Development Code amendment went through as part of that process to the Planning Commission, where they recognized that the 20% would still function as an accessory amount to the overall building, and then also the screening standards were taken into account as well. In this particular case, the percentage is going from 20% max to a 45%, and also the screening is not totally screened from public view. Because of those reasons, staff is recommending denial, and I'm going to turn it over to Brian Grady so he can walk through some of the elements which staff identified in the report which are driving our lack of support for this particular plan development. Thank you.
Again, for the record, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. As noted by Joe, the request for this proposal is to add a boat and RV storage in the southeast corner of the property, as noted in this area right here. As you'll see on this graphic, the proposed canopy area is about 24,380 square feet. The requirements of the Land Development Code, the 20% standard is 20% of the existing square footage of the existing mini warehouse facility, which is 54,000 square feet. So again, it's at a 45% increase. Again, the intent of the Land Development Code with those percentages is to provide for the mini warehouse facility to serve as an accessory use to the mini warehouse facility. Staff felt that, again, with respect to this criteria, wasn't functionally accessory, given the design of the project and location and design of the project. It just wasn't functionally accessory. With respect to the other standard regarding screen from public view, as noted, the code requires that accessory boat and RV storage be located internally to the project and be screened by buildings from public view. Staff determined that the applicant is proposing buffering and screening along the perimeter of the storage area on the west, south, and east, consisting of landscaping and trees and fencing. And again, they're also proposing a canopy over the boat and RV storage, but notwithstanding, even with those screenings, staff's opinion is that it will still be discernible as a boat and RV storage and therefore not meeting the intent of the requirements of the Land Development Code. Therefore, for those reasons, staff does not support the request. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for a presentation?
Yes, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tyler Hudson. My address is 400 North Ashley Drive. I'm here with Stan Bonilla, who's the Senior Vice President for Development of Safeguard Self-Storage, who is the applicant. I'm going to share my screen real quick. All right, did everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Great. So to reiterate the location, which Joe summed up pretty nicely, we're at the southwest intersection of MLK and Kingsway in the Sefner area. This has long been an out parcel of what was originally actually a PD developed back in 1981 that we have since cleaved off this number 7 shaped parcel from. It's a standalone PD that we're here requesting a modification to. This is the general proposal showing the location of the RV and boat canopied storage relative to their primary self-storage facility. There's a very significant western buffer comprising a stormwater pond, as well as some additional landscaping. One part I wanted to note, and this is going to be a theme throughout my presentation here, is that the pretty pictures you're seeing are not pretty pictures. These are enforced against the project through explicitly clear conditions that don't just allow what we are trying to do, it requires it in terms of the canopy, in terms of the amount of buffering, and in terms of some of the solar features that I'm going to discuss in a little bit. But I want to make very clear that this is not an act merely of trust. There is abundant verification in the proposed zoning conditions that mandate the pretty visuals that you might be seeing in this presentation.
One moment, please. Stop the clock.
So as Brian alluded to, we are showing.
Mr. Hudson, our county attorney has a remark she wants to make. We've stopped the clock.
Excuse me, Mr. Hudson, can you confirm that you showed that presentation at the zoning hearing master hearing?
Yes, this is the PowerPoint we used.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry for the interruption.
That's okay.
Carry on.
Thanks. Sorry. Okay, so the conditions of approval that, what is very relevant here is this open storage, and I think one of the other really important things to note about this project is what we are proposing sounds nothing like the project that's described, I think, theoretically in some of the staff reports and in the Planning Commission report, which we respectfully disagree with. This looks nothing like open storage because, number one, there's a requirement that it has a canopy atop it. Removing that canopy would be a major modification that brings us right back here. That canopy isn't just a naked canopy, it has solar panels on it. Removing those is a major modification that would require the applicant to come right back here. Any reduction in the extensive buffering that we're showing, not just the buffering relative to the Kingsway, but also to the adjacent parcels, is a major modification that requires someone to come right back here. So this is not open storage at all, in any sense of this just being unenclosed, a giant parking lot. It's simply not open storage. That might be the concept that's most closely associated with, and we certainly understand why that's something that comes to mind when you hear RV and boat storage. But again, this is not open storage in any way, shape, or form. Let's even look at the definition of open storage and what can be stored under that use under the Land Development Code. The items in the red box on the left are items that could be stored with, quote, open storage that are not allowed to be stored on the site. The only things that can be stored on this site are non-commercial vehicles, RVs, and boats, private pleasure craft. So this is very restricted on what can and cannot be stored. From a staff perspective, the majority of reviewing agencies found this consistent. Of course, we're here and not on the consent agenda because there is an inconsistency in a negative ZHM recommendation. And again, a lot of the, and that's what words in the mouth of your hardworking staff, but I think a lot of the concern about this project emanates from the theoretical concern about, quote, open storage existing next to residences. But this is not open storage. There are 8 single-family homes that border this property. We have letters of support in the record from all 8 of those property owners. I think as this commission well knows, storage is something that sometimes is received in a mixed way in communities, and the fact that there is no opposition to this, and none was expressed at the ZHM, I think is noteworthy. Stan can talk about this a little bit more, but in the Northeast and other markets around the country, it's really common to utilize the unused canopy space for this type of product for solar. Electricity is fairly cheap in the state of Florida, and solar, as everyone knows, doesn't always get the most help from Tallahassee. Notwithstanding that, we are committing, Stan and Safeguard are committing to this being actually the first project in the state of Florida that they're going to do. That is going to have these solar panels. Again, the removal of those would be a major modification, and we think it's not only the right thing to do, but it's good business. The waivers we're requesting, again, are this 20% requirement and from the enclosure requirement. The 20% requirement, I think, is a little unusual because what it does is it denominates a land-based accessory use storage. There's no building here. It's actually parking. It's long-term. It denominates that based on the size of the building that it attaches to. This storage area for RVs and boats actually is only about 9.6% of the land area. It is in excess of the core building area, but I think that's important to keep in mind that by design, perhaps intentionally, perhaps not, this restriction of 20% is really combining apples and oranges, again, nominating the accessory portion land-based in connection with the primary portion.
Mr. Hudson, excuse me, I'm very sorry to interrupt you again, and we've stopped the clock, but we're getting a little bit of feedback, so I'm just going to request that everybody turn their mics off while the applicant is speaking. I apologize for that interruption again.
It's okay. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the 20%. That's really kind of waiver number 1. Waiver number 2, in my mind, and I think this might be shared by some of you, creates a very perverse incentive because what it says is that our boat and RV storage should be screened by buildings, by density, by sometimes intense development upon the land that the building sits on. So the incentive that this creates is to make buildings that look like this, the fortress style, where you want to build as much building as possible, yet break it up into as many shapes as possible to, like the OK Corral, circle the RV and boats within several buildings. In my view, in our view, this is creates an over-intensification of the land, really limits the buffering opportunities, and creates pretty significant problems from a circulation standpoint. I think as anyone who's ever backed a trailered boat into water, trying to maneuver around areas like this is pretty tricky. What we're proposing here, we think, is a much more logical geometry for the site, especially given that it is a little bit unusually shaped. It's not the ideal rectangle. I'd like to note too, again, from being able to see it from the building. Is this invisible No, it's not invisible. To make I'm not sure really how you would make this invisible except having 3-story storage buildings line the entire site. But we do think it's tastefully concealed. We do believe, we know that these landscape additions are a material improvement to what is there now. We know that this type of buffering needs to stay in place lest we come back for a major modification, and that it's a commitment to trying to tastefully transition the commercial portions of this site into more a shorter, lower intensity as you go into the residential area. Before we wrap, I'd like Stan just to talk briefly about why we're proposing this in the first place.
So thank you very much, and thank you for hearing us today. Safeguard currently owns and operates 70 properties across the United States, and we have recently made our debut here in the West Coast market of Florida with 3 new properties that are now open. And we have, this property is under construction along with 2 other properties that are close to breaking ground. We made a commitment to this market here, and as we're developing here, we are finding that, as you know, each market is different, each city is different, and in this market, what we have found is the tremendous demand for RV. Our other 2 properties, we were able to put in some RV parking once we realized the demand and how strong it is, really driven by a number of things. First of all, your beautiful weather here, the RV community has really flocked here. The boating community is a cornerstone of the neighbors in the area. The other real driver here are the homeowners associations, HOAs, where we're not allowed any longer to leave the RV or the boat in the front yard. The number of boats and RVs are not going down in the area, they're going up with less place to keep them. I think what we're able to do here. Yes? What we're able to do here is provide.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I had my mic off. Your time is up, but I'm going to ask that we provide an extra 30 seconds because of the 2 interruptions that we had. So 30 seconds, wrap it up.
Yeah, I was just saying that because of the HOAs, there's a tremendous demand for this service in the community. This is a service for the community. And we're trying to do it as tastefully and as congruent with the neighbors around us. We have the support of the neighbors. We've reached out to them and have made some real inroads with them. With that, I'll throw it back to you and humbly request some approval.
Yeah, we request your approval and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that wraps up the applicant presentation. At this point, do we have any oral argument from proponents or opponents present?
Is approaching the dais. Thank you.
Did you say someone is approaching the dais? Or the podium?
No one in Saunders is approaching the dais, so we have no one that appears to want to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And so rebuttal, the applicant has 5 minutes of rebuttal, but there's not much to rebut. You want to waive that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Planning Commission staff.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category. The site is located in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Sacramento Community Plan. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject property to permit an increase in the open storage component to store RVs and boats on the southern portion of the site, as well as an additional row of storage parking between the building and the westernmost stormwater pond. The originally approved plan development for this property, 20-0118, was recently approved for the development of approximately 54,228 square feet of climate-controlled self-storage that was to be located at the portion of the parcel previously designated as commercial general. The previous approval noted that the remainder of the parcel was to be developed except for any ingress, egress points, stormwater retention, or other infrastructure improvements required by the county. The current site plan proposes a 54,000 square foot building and open storage that exceeds the 20% threshold for accessory storage. The proposed rezoning does not meet the intent of future land use element policy 1.4 with respect to compatibility with the surrounding area. According to this policy direction, compatibility does not mean the same as. Rather, it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. Open storage is a commercial intensive or CI use, and the applicant will place this use toward the southern portion of the site, which is adjacent to the residential uses. In addition, CI uses were not originally approved for the southern portion of the original plan development. The applicant contends that this open storage is accessory to the mini storage warehouse. However, it does not meet the definition of accessory storage according to the Land Development Code, and the applicant has requested 2 waivers. The subject site does not meet the intent of Objective 9 and Policies 9.1 and 9.2 of the future land use element, which require all development to be compliant with local, state, and federal land development standards. The applicant contends that the open storage component will be accessory to the mini warehouse use, and the applicant is also asking for relief from 2 LDC requirements. The applicant is asking for a waiver to allow the total square footage, the total square footage of the accessory open storage to exceed 20% of the developed square footage for the enclosed portion of the mini warehouse facility. The applicant is also asking for a waiver to eliminate the requirement that designated outdoor storage areas be internal to the project and enclosed by buildings. Development Services staff does not find the waiver supportable, and as such, the application does not meet the intent of those policies. The proposal does not meet the intent of the neighborhood protection policies under Objective 16 in the future land use element. Policy 16.1 requires development in residential areas be limited to a neighborhood scale, and open storage is a commercial intensive use that is noted for its intensity and scale. The increase in the open storage to the south also encroaches on a development pattern that is predominantly residential and does not meet Policy 16.2's requirement for a gradual transition in uses between unlike land uses and the integration of surrounding land uses in future land use element policy 16.3. The proposed development, apologize, I muted myself. The proposed development does not meet the intent of policy 16.10 of the future land use element, as it does not demonstrate compatibility with the existing neighborhoods. Policy 17.7 also requires the mitigation of adverse effects on development on surrounding properties, and the applicant is requesting the waivers to 2 measures that contribute to mitigation and undermines the intent of the neighborhood protection policies. The proposed plan development is inconsistent with the language adopted in the Suffolk-Mango Community Plan in the Livable Communities element. Goals 2 and 3 discourage commercial development from encroaching into residential areas south of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. The proposed use is a commercial intensive use that is encroaching into residential areas that are south of this area and will not be enclosed by a structure or buildings or remain internal to the project. Overall, the proposed rezoning would allow for development that is not consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan, and that is incompatible with the existing and planned development pattern in the surrounding area. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll take the zoning hearing master comments and then open for board discussion.
The zoning hearing master considered the request for rezoning of 5.05 acres from an existing plan development zoning to a new plan development to permit a maximum of 54,000 square feet of self-storage facility and to add approximately 24,380 square feet of open storage area for boats and recreational vehicles. The existing plan development permits a maximum of 54,000 square feet of self-storage facility. The existing residential 4 future land use category does not permit open storage. The LDC Land Development Code has an exception to the prohibition of open storage for boats and RVs in the residential 4 category for those associated with mini warehouse facilities if the open storage is no more than 20% of the total square footage of the associated mini warehouse building, and that the open storage be located internal to the project and screened from view by the many warehouse buildings. The proposed open storage does not meet the exception standards, but instead proposes to install a canopy over the boat and RV storage area and install a 8-foot high opaque fence on the eastern and western sides of the boat and RV parking areas. The site plan shows a stormwater pond on the west side of the storage facility adjacent to existing single-family homes. The applicant has stated that enhanced landscaping will be provided to the south to increase the compatibility of the use. As you've heard, the Planning Commission staff does not support the plan development zoning request, finding it to be inconsistent with policy 1.4 of the plan regarding compatibility with the surrounding area. Additionally, the Development Services Department does not support the rezoning, finding that the standalone storage is not comparable to the mini warehouse use and presents compatibility concerns with the surrounding area. The zoning hearing master noted that letters of support for the rezoning from the single-family residential property owners to the south and west were submitted into the record. The zoning hearing master concluded that the requested plan development zoning with the proposed open storage area for boats and RVs is not consistent with the residential 4 future land use category. The proposed waivers to the Land Development Code pertaining to the open storage of boats and RVs accessory to a mini warehouse facility are not appropriate given the proposed size of the proposed storage area and the prominence on the site plan. The zoning hearing master therefore recommended denial of the PD rezoning request.
Thank you. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized as we open up for board discussion.
Thank you. And I'll say I'm going to move approval of this. And it was this would be a heavy lift for me, honestly, just in terms of what my expectation might be about this. And I thought the applicant did an excellent presentation of kind of elucidating how these are typically built, what are our standard requirements, the unintended consequences, let's say, of what our standard requirements are in terms of this, for instance, a 20% closed storage, but also demonstrating that they were doing a canopy over this. It really didn't meet what my expectations, and it's built into the zoning of this property, both in the way of the layout as well. It was very interesting to see the quote-unquote fortress, typical standard design, and I was very impressed. I'm also noting that the objections from the Planning Commission and the Zoning Hearing Master seem to be almost exclusively around the compatibility of the surrounding area, judgment that this was not compatible. But we have the 8 adjacent homes with support for the project and letters of support entered into the record. So they have a different conception, but I think that the design really, and the layout really spoke to this. I appreciate on top of that there is the other, the solar, the Florida friendly planting, and that in this case. So I think it's and as I say, built into the zoning. And again, the community plan was cited in here, but we have the neighbors that are adjacent to the property in support of this plan. And, there is a great need, which the applicant pointed out too, in terms of our registered boats, our RVs, and HOA conditions. And I've wondered about how all that can be dealt with in a compatible way, not creating blight or unsightliness, but making it compatible with the community. And this they seem to have achieved that. So with that, I already said I was supporting this, but again, I'll restate my motion for support.
Thank you. Have a motion to approve by Commissioner Kemp. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Second from Commissioner Hagan. I'll say that I too was impressed by the applicant's point by point addressing of the objections and making the case that this is an exception, that it's not the standard open storage, that it's covered and walled. The applicant stated, I have a few questions. The applicant stated that the conditions require the cover and the walls, and is that correct?
So, Commissioners, I believe that, so for the conditions that are proposed, and this was not a supported application, so these are the applicant's proposed conditions. They are listed on page 119 and 120 of your backup. I believe that the canopy proposed would be a covered canopy and not a walled enclosed structure. If it was an enclosed structure, that would be a different type of use. I believe it's a canopy with open sides, not an enclosed structure.
The rendering showed walls. I'm always reluctant to just be swayed by the drawings, because the drawings don't always condition the project. Maybe I could ask the applicant to address this, because I thought it was presented as, we are, I'm sure I saw a slide of the rendering saying we are committed to this. So just wondering if we need to add that to the conditions if we're going to approve this. Would the applicant like to inform us about how it's conditioned to be like the renderings that we were shown with walls and solar roof?
And just to clarify before the applicant speaks, what their proposed site plan is showing is a canopy with solar panels 18 feet in height and an 8-foot tall opaque fence from the ground level 8 feet up, and then the canopy will be at 18 feet. That's what their site plan is
That's
showing.
on the site plan, so that would be required.
Yes.
Okay, don't need the applicant quite yet, but stay tuned. What about the landscaping buffer that was shown? It looks so pretty, but of course you can't guarantee you're going to get those flowering trees and everything. What can we guarantee as far as width and number of trees on whatever 8-foot centers or something? Is there anything guaranteeing any landscaping along the road?
Yes, they do have landscaping conditions. Give me 1 second, I'll get back to their
check 3.3, Adam.
Conditions. They have a 15-foot type B buffer along the north project boundary, 20-foot type B along the west and southwest adjacent to residential, and a 30-foot type B, and I'll get to what type B is, along the side to the south of the southernmost ingress point adjacent to residentially zoned property.
I see that, thank you. And 3.3 says that if the street trees do not exist, the developer shall provide 1 street tree for every 50 feet.
Yes.
Okay.
And I would just like to note, because this is not shown in the backup, that the applicant has proposed some additional elements to these conditions, and that would be that any reduction in the buffering shown on the general site plan, that the required buffering would be a critical design feature.
Oh.
And what that means is that it would have to go through a major modification to change that. Likewise, condition number 7 seeks to designate the requirement for solar panels to be a critical design feature. And finally, the new condition from what's in the backup would be a new condition 9 to say outdoor storage shall be enclosed and shielded from the adjacent right-of-way by means of landscaping and/or fencing shown on the general site plan, and that's the fence I referenced. And it seeks to designate that also as a critical design feature, which would mean it would take a major modification to change any of those 3 elements, the buffering, the screening of the canopy area, or the provision of solar panels.
Thank you. I'm really impressed by a critical design feature requiring solar, and I'm inclined to, give a little for whenever we get something like that. The one thing I do want to ask about is condition 9. It showed a 5-foot, and this is on page 120, showed a 5-foot wide sidewalk along the project's frontage, but that has now been stricken. Mr. Gormley, anything before I ask the applicant what happened to the sidewalk?
That is something that the applicant is proposing to have stricken, so I think it'd be appropriate to ask the applicant about that.
Okay, would the applicant like to address why you're doing away with the 5-foot wide sidewalk condition on South Kingsway?
To be completely candid, we are not 100% sure. I believe it's because there is currently an existing condition of a sidewalk in that portion of Kingsway, but I think we'd be happy to put the condition back so that there's a sidewalk so long as the existing sidewalk would satisfy the condition. I believe there's no intent to not have a sidewalk, and I'm guessing that this was struck because it was already done. So perhaps we could restore that with developers shall, install or maintain any existing 5-foot sidewalk along South Kingsway Road.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the motion to approve then, Commissioner Kemp, I'm going to ask you, the motion to approve then includes all these conditions that, because since staff recommended denial, the conditions aren't necessarily specified, so we would need to specify the conditions, including the sidewalk?
Yes, I'll make that part of my motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Hagan, you're the second, you're good with the conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Yeah, I just want to state that I'm not going to vote in support of the motion to approve. I see little, if any, difference between this and what we recently denied on Lithia Pinecrest Road. The Seffner Mango community has a strong community plan. They've worked hard to improve their community, and I just don't think this meets the criteria of the goals of the members of the community there in the Seffner Mango area. So,
thank you, Commissioner White, and I understand, as Commissioner Kemp said, this is an unusual thing, and I'm feeling on the bubble myself, but I will be approving the motion. Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just have a question for Adam. Since this project was not supported by staff, and all the changes coming in, is this going to be a special condition for the one time for this particular applicant, and then we go back to the regular, because I have some reservations how I want to vote on this. I want to be sure.
Yes, Commissioner, we're looking at this as we're still guided by what the Land Development Code prescribes for the screening of what would otherwise be considered open storage and the percentage on the site. We'll still look to those guidelines of what's established in the code, unless there's some direction to relook at that wholesale. I understand that this motion is being this application is being looked at, and it's in the particular circumstances that it exists, and the surrounding area and the support for the design that the applicant has proposed. So I would view this approval and these conditions as being specific to this site and this fact set, and not necessarily the way that we would look at all of these projects that may have different circumstances.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. And seeing no further discussion, I will add what I hadn't said before, but I also very much appreciate all the surrounding neighbors' written support, part of the record for this. It's a good effort for the applicant and other applicants to make. And with that, we'll take we've got a motion to approve by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Hagan. We'll take a roll call vote.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
No.
Motion carried 5-1. Commissioner White voted no.
Thank you. And that takes us to item F3. Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. The next case takes us to the Gibsonton area and the Gibsonton Community Plan. This is application number 21-1208. It's a request from residential show business to the general commercial district. The applicant is proposing a restriction, and that restriction will limit the particular proposal to one use. Contractor's office without open storage is allowed in the CG district, and the applicant has committed to only developing the site with that use. My understanding is this morning we were provided with additional conditions that they are proffering. I will let the applicant walk you through those additional conditions that they are committing to. The site, as you can see on the overhead, is located on the north side of Gibsonton Drive. More specifically, the site is located on the north of Gibsonton Drive across from Cattleberry. It's an existing site that has, the site has existing development on it, and the applicant is proposing to change that. The application, when we reviewed it, we worked with the Planning Commission as we always do, and this application does not have the support of Development Services, nor does it have support from the Planning Commission. Much of what Development Services is referencing in the report has to do with compliance issues with the commercial locational criteria, as the site is not within a qualifying node for commercial locational criteria. And it also has compliance matters as interpreted in the community plan for Gibsonton, having to do with things such as like signature streets, the creation and limitation of small business and specialty retail along this signature street. I will not repeat what is in our report because it's essentially the same thing that the Planning Commission will speak to in much more detail. So I think it will suffice to say that Development Services concurs with the Planning Commission's evaluation of this particular request as it meets consistency with the comp plan, and we are recommending denial. Thank you.
Commissioners, good morning. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. As Mr. Moretta said, this is a request for a standard rezoning from residential show business to CGR, the R being that the only contemplated commercial general use here would be that of a professional contractor's office. We're in the Gibsonton area and subject to the Gibsonton Community Plan. Commissioners, I've struggled with this case because up to today, I haven't been able to find any common ground with staff as to the appropriateness of a professional licensed contractor's office at this location. It's a very low intensity use without the open storage component. I think it's essentially a BPO use, not a CG use. And while it does not meet locational criteria strictly, it does, at least in my mind, satisfy the more particular requirements of the Gibsonton Community Plan, which call for this entire corridor to be populated with small professional businesses and specialty retail. So the challenge that I have to overcome here is reconciling how my client's proposal for a small contractor's office does not fit within that idea of specialty retail or professional establishments. Without open storage, it's my argument that the office would be no more different, no more intense, no more or less offensive than an architect's office, a surveyor's office, an engineer's office. These are all licensed professional occupations, and I believe that's what the Gibsonton plan is calling for in this corridor, again, regardless of locational criteria. As Mr. Moretta said, I have some conditions, or rather restrictions, to proffer this morning, and I'm just going to put this on the Elmo. There we go. The first restriction obviously would be that the use would be that only of the contractor's office. The second restriction we offer would be type B screening, 15 feet, along the north, the east, and the west side. We would propose that the building setback be between 30 and 45 feet from Gibsonton. The minimum is 30. I just want to build in a little flexibility should this be allowed to go forward. That would give you a street presence for the office. We'd also commit to a building facade that is street facing again, and to parking in the rear of any building. So you wouldn't have parking up front. You'd have a building that is street centered, parking behind it. The building height will be limited to the existing condition, which is 30 feet. It could be 50 under CG, but we think 30 is more than enough. And then finally, I think one of the major sticking points here is that with the size of this parcel at 2.3 acres, under a Euclidean zoning, we are eligible for up to 100,000 square feet times a 0.25 FAR is 25,000 square feet of development. That is probably inappropriate here, and we are willing to stipulate that the principal office structure would be no more than 5,000 square feet, likely much less. And should we go forward with any accessory structures, storage, et cetera, for the contractor's office, all completely enclosed, we'd limit that to 10,000 square feet. So that's 15,000 square feet that we would ask to use out of the available 25,000. Commissioners, again, if this isn't a small professional office, I'm confused. And again, I hope that the concessions that we're willing to make as to the scope and size of the project are willing to overcome, or not willing, are able to overcome the concerns that both Development Services and the Planning Commission have as to the use here and its appropriateness in the area. In my mind, looking at this street, looking at an aerial, this would be an improvement to Gibsonton Drive, and I think it would actually be in furtherance of the Gibsonton Community Plan, especially given what's left and right and across the street. This is a positive step for Gibsonton. With that, I will rest at this point. I would ask that if there is any opportunity for discussion on this, let's not close the hearing and make a decision. I am more than willing to work with you guys on this one as much as I can. My client wants to see this succeed, as do I, and I very humbly ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malloy. Do we have any oral argument, any proponents not on the applicant's team available?
No, ma'am, none in the Saunders.
Any opponents, I'll ask.
None identified at this time at Saunders, thank you.
And the applicant stated, I believe he's waiving his rebuttal, or I see him approaching the podium.
I don't need any rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. Planning Commission staff.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and located within the limits of the Gibsonton Community Plan. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject site from agricultural single-family 1 or AS1 to commercial general restricted or CGR in order to develop a contractor's office. Future land use element objective 16 and its accompanying policies require the protection of existing neighborhoods through various instruments such as buffering and screening. The applicant revised the narrative to offer buffering and screening to the adjacent parcel to the north, which is developed with single-family residential. However, the proposed rezoning still does not meet the specific criteria of future land use element policy 16.2, which identifies the use of gradual transitions of intensities between different land uses. With an acreage of 2.3 acres and an FAR availability of up to 0.25, the site could be considered for over 25,000 square feet of non-residential development, which would be too intense. Absent a site plan to review, since this is a standard rezoning, the mitigation measures would likely not be able to achieve the degree of compatibility needed adjacent to residential uses. Future Land Use Element Policy 16.1 includes language about limiting commercial development in residential land use categories to a neighborhood scale. The intent of this policy is to protect less intense uses, such as residential uses, and to locate more intensive uses in appropriate locations. A rezoning to CGR would not support this policy direction. Additionally, the subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria as outlined under Objective 22 in the Future Land Use Element. The subject property is located approximately 3,000 feet east of the intersection of US Highway 41 and Gibsonton Drive, and is well over a mile from the intersection of East Bay Drive and Gibsonton Drive, both of which are qualifying intersections. This parcel's location does not meet commercial locational criteria per Future Land Use Policy 21.1 and 22.2. The applicant has requested a waiver to this criteria. However, Planning Commission staff does not suggest that the Board of County Commissioners approve this request due to the compatibility concerns with the proposed use. The proposed rezoning does not support the vision of the Gibsonton Community Plan, as stated in Goal 4A. This goal focuses on creating opportunities for small professional businesses and specialty retail along Gibsonton Drive and US 41.
Excuse me, Ms. Leinhardt,
Yes,
could you speak up just a little bit, please?
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
I apologize. I'm losing my voice today. I will try.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. This goal in the Gibsonton Community Plan focus on creating opportunities for small professional businesses and specialty neighborhood retail along Gibsonton Drive and Highway 41. Permitting the site to be rezoned to CG restricted is inconsistent with the vision of the Gibsonton Community Plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leinhardt. Zoning Hearing Master recommendation.
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request for rezoning to the commercial general restricted zoning district from the existing residential show business RSB zoning district. The property is 2.31 acres in size, currently zoned residential show business and designated residential 4 by the comprehensive plan. The property is located in the urban service area and within the Gibsonton community plan. As you heard from Ms. Leinhardt, the Planning Commission staff has found the request incompatible with the Gibsonton community plan, which encourages the development of small businesses along the Gibsonton Drive corridor. The zoning hearing master found that the request for the commercial general restricted zoning district on the subject property is incompatible with the surrounding development pattern and with the Gibsonton community plan and recommended denial.
Thank you. And at this point, we'll open for board discussion. Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
No, mine, we never did remove.
I'm sorry?
My hand was not removed from the last time I spoke. So if
Can you do
please-
that? Because I don't have the, okay. And
I
Commissioner?
don't want to speak.
You just hit the request to speak button again.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't have that facility
Okay.
today. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'll be moving approval of this. And I'll just, I have to tell you, Mr. Malloy, for me, like you, this was kind of a head scratcher. I kept saying, what? Honestly, the policies that were cited, I interpreted them to be compatible. The Gibsonton plan wants a transition and wants to encourage small business at this place. This is totally consistent with my view of what I conceive of as being mixed land use and moving to just these kinds of opportunities. We can't necessarily say this small business and this small business or this store or retail place or whatever locates here, but we have a contractor who wants to open an office here. I don't understand how this cannot be compatible with the desires of both the community plan and meet the criteria. I mean, they said from the community plan encourages the development of small business right at this site. And then when I heard that, you know, it allowed up to 25,000 square feet, and I agree with Mr. Malloy, that's too big. I mean, a lot of what I've read about small retail, independent, what you want in a community, especially in a street like this or a roadway, is more about a 10,000 square foot. To look at that, he was talking about in the design of this 15,000 square feet, putting the parking behind it, doing all these things. In fact, this is what, if we don't have a way to make this, it actually encourage this, I would actually be trying to incentivize this kind of development in this place. And so I was very, you know, I looked it over. I talked to the staff about it. I hear more from Mr. Malloy, so I'm totally in support of this. And I'd actually like to, you know, I know he had stated it's business professional. I don't know. I'd like to find out what we need to do to our land use code, frankly, in order to promote just this type of development to encourage and see what we can do to bring it to happen.
I second it, and I completely agree with everything she just said. That's exactly the reason I support the motion.
Thank you. And I'll just say that, seeing no other board hands raised, that these were the questions that I had of staff when in my briefing, when they were explaining the contractor's office, it didn't fit in with what would fit is, and you know, what is laid out in the community plan is small business, professional office, or specialty neighborhood retail offices. And I said, well, how is this contractor's office not fitting in with that criteria? So, but you know, I understand the Planning Commission's position with the comprehensive plan as written, that a typical contractor's office includes other intensive uses than the specialty neighborhood retail and small business and professional office. Specifically, you might have an open storage, lumber yard, concrete paver pile, all kinds of building materials associated with it. And then you might have the general kinds of truck traffic in and out of there every morning, picking up supplies, dumping off piles of dirt or whatever. But in this particular case, you know, the applicant is offering to specifically condition. So what I'm saying is, you know, I wouldn't throw the doors open to contractor general offices in these sorts of places, but given the conditions, I do appreciate the applicant's offer of restricting this in such a way that it will function as an office use that would fit the comprehensive plan. I love all the effort to put the building facade on the street and the parking in the rear and the changing the setbacks and limiting the height and the square footage. So I think with those conditions, it does fit the intent of the community plan and the comprehensive plan, especially seeing no community opposition. But one further condition I've been discussing with staff is that, I mean, again, we have something that comes to us with recommendations of denial, so we don't have the conditions in place, and specifically the water comment that is on page 44 of the backup is not conditioned into this, and it is not up to date with the conditions that we are putting on new zoning south of the Alafaya. So I would like to see that typical standard condition that we're adding to everything south of the Alafaya for water hookups to wait until we're providing the infrastructure, which, by the way, I'm optimistic is going to happen very soon, but still important to add that. And Mr. Gormley can read that condition and advise us about whether or not the applicant is okay with it?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So the water condition, it's included in the backup, and it requires, if applied, would require that prior to issuance of any building permits that would create an additional demand on water supply, that 2 funded county CIP projects be completed and put into operation, and these are C32001, the South County Potable Water Repump Station expansion, and C32011, the Potable Water Inline Booster Pump Station. The comment in the background does include the date, but I understand that that is not the direction that this is going, so it would be strict projects need to be completed and put into operation before issuance of building permits that would create a water demand. And as this is a standard zoning district, there is the ability to put restrictions on it, but would ask to hear from the applicant if they would be in agreement with including that as an additional restriction in addition to the ones that they have offered.
Thank you. So Mr. Malloy, and understanding that the language he's reading would not include the June 1st date, but only the requirement that the infrastructure be in place before hookup. Is that amenable to you if we were to?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. That's more than fine.
Thank you very much for working with us on the fly on that. So with those conditions, seeing no other board discussion, we have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Cohen. I'll be supporting the motion. Let's take a roll call vote.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And that takes us to item F4. Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioner. This brings us to rezoning plan development 21-1235. It's located at 400 East Bears Avenue. Commissioner, I'll draw your attention to the overhead. 275 is located just to the east of the site. This particular site, which is outlined in red, is located just to the north of Bears Avenue. It has frontage along Bears Avenue. There's an existing 2-story hotel on the site, and this proposal is to convert that hotel into a multifamily product, proposing a maximum of 178 units. Staff is recommending approval of that particular conversion and reuse of the site. I would walk you through some of the numbers in terms of how the 178 units were arrived at, because there is an infill bonus that's being considered as part of this, and also something that's rooted in Florida Statute 403.892 related to gray water. So initially starting off with this particular site, if you apply the OC20, which is a comp plan category, which limits the maximum unit count, you would arrive at 85 units. By applying the residential infill bonus, which this qualifies for, you would then arrive at 149 units. So you go from 85 to 149. The gray water allows a 35% increase of that. So that takes actually the maximum unit count to 201, but the applicant has conditioned this site to 178 units. The infill bonus and actually both bonuses have been recommended for approval in terms of evaluating this site and how that unit count would fit into this area. And we are recommending approval with conditions. We're available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, we open up for oral argument from members of the public. Is there any proponent or?
Yes.
We need to hear from the applicant first.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, yes, let's hear from the applicant.
Good morning. My name is Michael Hoffman, Advanced Engineering Consultants, representing my client. One thing is I arrived late. I did not get the oath or
Thank
some
you.
other.
Let's swear this gentleman in.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So, yeah, just to amplify on what was previously stated, we want to convert this from a hotel use to multifamily, have small apartment suites. I'd like to point out some additional features. The surrounding area is primarily commercial, which is viewed as more intense than the proposed residential usage. The residential developments are present south of the Bears commercial corridor. Next point, we meet all setback requirements and match the scale and style of the buildings along Bears Avenue. The existing site is to remain pretty much as it is, except for minor landscape and parking/transportation updates, minor updates for egress and access. As was pointed out, we're utilizing the gray water system, which brings additional environmental benefits. And the rezoning would actually decrease the average daily trips compared to the current usage as per the transportation analysis that was performed. So there's just some additional benefits I thought I'd point out. Didn't know if there's any further questions.
I see no questions from board members at this time. So I'll ask staff if we have any proponents that would like to provide testimony.
None in the audience, Commissioner.
Okay, opponents?
None in the audience, thank you.
Okay, there would be no reason for applicant rebuttal in that case, so we'll hand it over to Planning Commission staff.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Office Commercial 20 Future Land Use category. The site is located in the urban service area and is located in the Greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Plan. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Future Land Use Objective 1, which requires that 80% of the growth in the county be directed to the urban service area. The request is also consistent with Policy 1.4, which states that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. In this case, the subject site is an existing hotel that exists along arterial roads where there is a concentration of various commercial uses. A high-density multifamily residential use consisting of 178 multifamily units will provide for an urban-level intensity of housing types in an area of the county that is serviced by transit and well-placed in terms of access to Interstate 275. The proposed request provides an opportunity for infill residential development that is well-placed within the county and is within the Office Commercial 20 Future Land Use category, which anticipates a higher density development pattern. The future land use category of OC20 permits up to 20 dwelling units per acre, and the applicant is requesting to utilize 2 density bonuses. The first bonus is the policy, future land use element policy 23.5, which identifies residential infill density bonus opportunities. This would allow a density of up to 35 dwelling units for a total of up to 149 dwelling units. And the second bonus requested today is the Florida State Statute 403.892 gray water density bonus, which permits another 35% increase in residential units, totaling 201 units. The applicant is requesting 178 dwelling units. The stacking of density bonuses is not normally consistent with the future land use element. However, it is permitted by state statute, and the applicant has demonstrated that they meet the criteria for both bonuses. The applicant wishes to utilize the infill bonus to the next higher plan category, which would be up to the residential 35 dwelling units per acre. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the request and concurs that the proposed development does meet the criteria for a density bonus. The subject site is within the urban service area, located along Bears Avenue, which is an arterial roadway, and the site is currently operating as a commercial use and is in an area where there is a trend toward commercial development. The request is also consistent with the Greater Carrollwood-Northdale Community Plan Goal 1, which seeks to establish sustainable walkable community activity centers. The accompanying strategies of Goal 1 indicates a desire for walkable neighborhoods within walking distance of town centers and transit-oriented development. The subject site is located west of North Florida Avenue, where transit infrastructure currently exists to serve the surrounding area. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear the zoning hearing master recommendation.
The zoning hearing master considered the request to rezone 4.26 acres from commercial neighborhood to planned development to permit a maximum of 178 multifamily dwelling units. The site is currently developed with an existing motel, and the applicant proposes to renovate the existing building for the multifamily project. No expansion of the building is proposed. The applicant is proposing to utilize 2 density bonuses to achieve the 178 dwelling units. First, a bonus is requested in accordance with the plan, the comprehensive plan's provision for a residential infill bonus, which permits density at the next highest future land use category, which in this case would be residential 35. Second, the applicant proposes to utilize a recently adopted provision in Florida statutes that provides a density bonus for projects utilizing a gray water system. That involves domestic sewage that is not black water, including waste from the bath, lavatory, laundry, and sink, except for kitchen sink waste. Under the provisions of the 2 density bonuses, the applicant could potentially develop up to 201 dwelling units, but is proposing a total of 178 multifamily units. Planning Commission staff, as you heard, supports the request for the residential infill density bonus, as the proposed development is consistent with the surrounding area, and found the request for the redevelopment of the motel to be consistent with the Greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Plan and the Comprehensive Plan. The zoning hearing master found that the proposed PD provides an infill residential project that is compatible with the commercial and residential development pattern of the area and consistent with the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. The zoning hearing master therefore recommended approval of the request.
Thank you. And we'll open for board discussion. Commissioner Kemp, is that you?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm going to move approval. And I'll just say this. I don't know if there's someone, either the applicant or staff, that could speak just for a minute to the gray water system, which I was very fascinated by when I was briefed with regards to that. And I understand it's one of the first that we have in the county, and that, we'll be reviewing that, but as it gets built. But could you, Mr. Gormley, speak to it for a few minutes?
Yes, ma'am. So the gray water concept, and you're correct, this is the first one that we've had come through, certainly the first one using this density bonus. And the concept behind the gray water is that the water effluent from the structures is to be separated, where the waste from the water from toilets and kitchen sinks will go down the regular wastewater line and go to a water treatment plant, whereas the gray water, which is the non-kitchen sinks and baths and other water sources that are not toilet or kitchen would not go into our water treatment system and would be retained on site for use on site. And the idea with this is it provides for reduction in both water demand from the ability to use gray water for, say, irrigation on site, and also reduces the demand on our water treatment facilities, and that less effluent will be going to those. So we will be looking at this project, if it's approved, at the time it comes in for site development, to demonstrate how they can comply with the gray water, with installing a gray water system, and that will be implemented at building permitting. And just to note that the conditions are calibrated to have the density bonus that comes with the gray water recognized, and if for some reason that does not come to fruition, the conditions are calibrated to permit the development without that bonus. So it's a very exciting concept, and we're very looking forward to seeing how it can be implemented.
Well, I'm very pleased to see that, and I'll be closely watching it and probably asking a lot of questions as we move along, because if it is successfully implemented, it certainly could bode well for the future, for future development in Hillsborough.
We've got a motion to approve by Commissioner Kemp. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Cohen. I'm also very excited, and I want to try to keep abreast of whether they're able to succeed with this. It's it's not easy, and so therefore I feel like it is worth a density bonus. But converting that gray water use to be reused on site, it keeps the gray water out of our sewer and our water treatment plant, and helps with keeping a tiny percentage out of what we're dumping into the bay currently, but we will have to be dealing with some other way soon. And it reduces the consumption of drinking water at the same time by watering their lawns and their grounds with gray water instead of using drinking water for that. So it's a lot of positives, and I wish them success, so I'll be supporting the motion. And with that, we'll take a roll call vote.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And so now that wraps up the regular agenda. We will move back to item E2, which we had continued earlier in the hearing. I know Mr. Moretta had already completed the introduction, but could he just give us a quick summary again to remind us of what this application is?
Yeah. Yes.
Commissioners, this is a personal appearance request to an existing plan development. When the development was approved, it had some specific road typologies and which accompanied the form of particular areas of development. The applicant is proposing to revise some of the road typologies. Mr. Monsanto had walked you through those different typologies and cross sections of those. If you would like to see those again, we can do that, or we can move on to whatever portion of the hearing that you'd like us to move to.
Commissioners, I'd kind of like to see the summary from Mr. Monsanto just to remind us. Is that okay with you? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Monsanto, would you just remind us of what this was before? We've been through so many since then.
Thank you, Israel.
Good morning, Israel Monsanto Development Services. Quick summary of what the applicant is requesting is in front of you, you have the plan development project. As Mr. Moretta stated, the project consists of blocks, development blocks, and streets. Each street will have a specific street type or cross section. In the mall project, there is a Burlington store generally located in this area, which is outside of the planned development, the store is being relocated as part of the redevelopment of the project onto Block 10 in this area. Along with the Burlington store, other retail spaces are being proposed. By doing so, the applicant needs to redesign the street cross-sections of the street between blocks 10 and 14, which is approved today for a type B. The applicant is proposing a shopping center drive also in this small area here, so going east to west. And then additionally, there are two other streets being proposed to change the design, which is these two roads coming from Fowler along the south. These streets have an approved cross-section of the type D. The applicant proposes a phase 1 type D. All these new designs proposed are interim designs, and the applicant has offered triggering mechanisms or threshold that would require these streets to come back and conform to the existing plan development approved cross-section for the type B and the type D. So in essence, this proposal is being triggered by the relocation of the Burlington store here in this area, part of the overall project to be redeveloped. But in doing so, the applicant is requesting interim design changes to these streets here, internal street roadways, specifically type D and type B. And staff recommends approval. The applicant has proposed those triggering mechanisms, and staff finds those to be appropriate and would ensure that in the future, the project will be then redeveloped again with these streets as conform and approved in the PD today. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. It's all coming back to me now. So thank you for that refresh so we understand where we're going from here. At this point, we'll invite the applicant to provide a presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Elise Batzel with Stearns Weaver Miller. And just a housekeeping item. I know that Planning Commission was going to review the latest site plan and the conditions. And so I would just ask if we could postpone our rebuttal until after the Planning Commission has the opportunity to provide their comments, since we don't have any way to respond to those comments because they wouldn't be contained in the original staff report.
Ms. Batzel, you're not aware of the Planning Commission concerns at this point?
We understand the Planning Commission concerns, but since we have added triggering mechanisms to address some of those concerns in our conditions, and it did not appear from their staff report that they had seen those latest conditions, we don't know at this point in time if their position has changed or not. Maybe it's more appropriate to have them go first. It's completely up to you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure from a due process perspective that if there were new comments based on those new conditions and triggers, that we had the opportunity to comment on those after the Planning Commission.
Thank you. I'm confused, so I'm going to ask our county attorney, because I thought the continuance, the time that we've given was for the Planning Commission to review, but that wasn't discussed with the applicant?
I have not had the opportunity to speak with Ms.
Batzel, thank you. I'm asking our county attorney or Development Services or maybe Planning Commission staff.
I do think it would be appropriate to hear from Planning Commission. Don't necessarily think that there's a need for the applicant to rebut the Planning Commission's comments, but that is up to the board if you feel that that is appropriate.
Thank you. It would be highly unusual. But I thought that there would be some presentation or that the applicant would come at this time understanding whether or not their new conditions were well received by the Planning Commission. Did that not happen?
Commissioner, I can't speak to what the dialogue was, but I do know that some of the Planning Commission's concerns existed, I'd say, apart from the conditions that were provided. I understand that their concerns or sensitivities are design related. Like some of the conditions that were negotiated fairly late in the process have moved in a little bit broader.
Okay, let's do this. I hear you, Ms. Batzel, but let's wait until we've heard from the Planning Commission, and we can ask the Planning Commission at that point for further guidance on whether or not rebuttal would be appropriate. So from here, we'll just proceed with the applicant presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Elise Batzel, 401 East Jackson Street with Stearns Weaver. May I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this project is the old University Mall site. Many of you are familiar with that site. We came before you for a comprehensive plan amendment and a rezoning back in 2019 and 2020. It was strongly supported by the community and this board at that time. It is located on the site north of Fowler Avenue, west of Bruce B. Downs. It is part of the University Area Community Planning Area and also the University Regional Activity Center. The future land use of the property is ICMU 35, and you can see a little hole in that. That's the Burlington site, and we're going to talk a lot about that in our presentation. The current zoning of most of the property, with the exception of the Burlington site, is PD. And the surrounding zonings vary from commercial, PD, RSC, CG, and the city of Tampa is directly to the south, located along Fowler Avenue. When we originally came to you, we wanted to just sort of put these project goals back in the forefront of your mind. This project is envisioned as having a dense urban core, having an urban mixed-use flavor. We have created a central district that promotes ground floor retail, vertical integration of buildings, having a very walkable site, and placemaking is also important as the project develops. But this is the long-term vision of the project. And there are so many exciting things that we're working on right now for this project. And we want to make sure that that vision can actually become a reality. This is the original master plan that we worked with staff and the architects at S9. We talked about the urban design guidelines. Those were an integral part of the vision of the developer. And we actually used this plan and those guidelines in order to write the conditions of the plan development. As you can see, there's a large commercial core where most of that urban scale development is anticipated to occur. You envisioned anchor retail and green grocers and other retail. I'm going to come back to that in just a moment. Residential was buffered away from Fowler Avenue. And we did envision in our master plan that we would also have perimeter parking available for those uses to support those uses. So the problem that we have today is that this Burlington site, this anchor tenant in the mall, is located right in the middle of the village area of our master plan. Burlington currently has extensive reciprocal easement rights, which really disrupts our vision and our urban core. Unfortunately, when we came before you with the original rezoning, we did not control Burlington, but we've been working, the applicant has been working over the last 2 years to put together a business deal with Burlington so that Burlington would move from the heart of the urban center of the project to more of the periphery of the project. And that is why we're bringing this to you today. Basically, the location of the Burlington site creates this whole donut, so to speak, which has to be filled, and that's what we're looking for today. So our proposed solution is to relocate Burlington. To do that, we have to adjust the internal blocks to reflect this reconfiguration. And we struggled a little bit, and we worked very hard with development services to get their support by creating some interim street types that would satisfy the business requirements of Burlington. I mean, let's be very honest here. They only are going to relocate if certain things happen. They want a shopping center drive in front of their location. They want parking out front. And so we're utilizing one of those surface parking lots to provide that. But we've established triggers that require that at a certain time, when more development comes to this area, we have to build those original streets just as we originally planned. And I'm just quickly going to go over those triggers with you because they're very important to ensure for both the county and the developer that this long-term urban vision comes to fruition. One, if there is a change of use in this retail area, then we have to replace these roads with the larger roads that were originally envisioned. Our transportation engineers have worked with your transportation engineers to have a trip threshold. That means if we build out tons of development in the urban core and we need the bigger roads to support the project, we have to go in and replace these roadways at this time. Also, if the surrounding blocks have any vertical construction in them, we have to replace the roads at that time. And finally, if this retail area is redeveloped. So this is just a geographic map showing you how Burlington will relocate. The original Burlington was about 110,000 square feet. The blue area is representing the smaller retail area. Burlington itself will be just over 49,000 square feet. And the building, as you can see, will utilize the existing surface parking here on block 14. We are going to restripe aesthetically and add landscape aisles as well. Luckily, from a business perspective, both Burlington and the developer have come to this agreement on the land swap, and we have created a retail area. But it's really critical to get Burlington out of the center of our project. One of the things that Burlington requires is co-tenancy. In other words, they want other retailers on either side of them to drive traffic to Burlington. And so you'll see that reflected in the more specific plan. So you can see here that we have Sprouts, which is a greengrocer, which will be located to the east of the Burlington. In the middle, Burlington will relocate in the center of this new retail area. And there'll be another retail area further to the west, again, to drive that traffic. Now, I'm going to go through this in detail, but you can see that we are building roadways into the project. This shopping center internal drive will run through in the front of Burlington. And we'll talk about the number of safety features for pedestrians that we've added to this area. We'll talk about that in just a moment. So just to show you what this area looks like compared to the original master plan that you all considered when you approved this project, as you can see, it's always contemplated that there would be some sort of anchor tenant there in this location. In fact, if you look at the side-by-side, you can see that we're at 49,000 square feet. It was contemplated that this anchor tenant would be 50,000 square feet. So what we're proposing is very similar to the original master plan. Again, we worked very hard with development services to create a set of conditions that allows Burlington and the new retail area to be created while still ensuring that the long-term vision of urban development in the core is preserved. Basically, in creating these interim roadway sections, we have created the assurance for the county that, and the citizens in that area, that ultimately these 102 square foot roadways would be built. Again, I've talked about 4 conditions that would trigger the redevelopment, and I'm happy to go over those again. But the point is, with these assurances in place, which is why Development Services has recommended approval, we have appropriate safeguards to ensure that this develops out in the original urban form. Now, Planning Commission has found this to be inconsistent with the overall vision of the ICMU 35. And it's not very often that we come to before this board without both Development Services and the Planning Commission recommendation of approval. Unfortunately, the scenario that the Planning Commission would like to see, which is that we take Burlington and make this urban form of development for Burlington, it is an impractical scenario given the business requirements that they are requiring us to achieve in order to relocate. We cannot relocate Burlington out of the center of the project without this interim solution. And I understand that ideally the Planning Commission would like to see Burlington developed as a more urban form of development. And the great thing about these interim conditions is that is going to happen at some point in time. When other things redevelop, when these triggers are met, those roadways that are more urban in development will be put in place. But the business reality is that Burlington won't move unless their criteria is satisfied. And this is an integrally important part of having this major urban redevelopment for the University Mall. But I'd like to also talk about the fact that the objections that I read from the Planning Commission report, and maybe that's changed, but if not, are pedestrian and bicycle connectivity. We are still providing sidewalks generously on both sides of the roadways going into the property running north and south. The level of service will control when those type D streets are replaced. And here's what's really important. I'm going to show this to you, but this is critically important. The proposal is a drastic improvement over what is existing there today. So let's talk a little bit about the enhanced pedestrian safety and sidewalk connections that we've provided. This is the most recent copy of the plan that is on page 6 of 6 of the PD plan. As you can see, coming in from both north and south roadways, we have sidewalks on both sides of the street. You can also see that we are adding a number, that's 17 to be exact, of pedestrian crosswalks where none exist today. In addition, as noted on this graphic, we are also adding 3 speed tables, which will be located in the front of the new Burlington retail area to further enhance pedestrian safety. So this proposal will greatly increase that pedestrian safety and walkability from this area to Fowler Avenue for the community. This is just a geographical aerial so that you can see what exists there today. I mean, right now, the community has no way to walk to the retail area in the mall. It's just a big sea of parking. It's important to note that Development Services review these interim road changes, and their staff reports talks about the fact that these improve the pedestrian environment and do not change the ultimate vision in the master plan. This is just a side-by-side. On the top is what we are proposing as the interim condition, which would happen immediately for the relocation of Burlington. And then ultimately, you can see under it what the travel lanes and the roadways would look like once the triggers come into effect. So this build to line here would be up against the retail. That would be Burlington and the other retail areas. You'd have a 12-foot sidewalk area, your travel lanes, and then the parking area. Eventually, there'll be travel lanes, 8-foot parking on each side of the street, as well as 2 12-foot sidewalks. With respect to the north-south roadways coming in, again, the build to line at the top is what will be up against the other street. So coming in, this is north-south coming in to the area, you have sidewalks on both sides, travel lanes, and a 10-foot stripe median. Eventually, when one of the triggers, these are all ORs, so any one of the triggers would cause the developer to have to come in and put this huge type D street. And of course, eventually this is going to be needed and required because the current ICMU and PD allows almost 7 million square feet of development. There you have multiple 4 lanes with a median, you have parking, and you have 2 16-foot sidewalk areas that could be used for both bicycles and pedestrians. Just quickly, our goal is to develop with the vision that is set forth in the master plan, but we have a lot of baby steps that have to happen in order to get there. Again, this pedestrian core is contemplated closer to the central district, the urban core. And these incremental changes are enhancing walkability and maintaining all of the multimodal requirements of the plan. And just quickly, one of the concerns that the Planning Commission had in their report was bicycle safety and bicycle lanes. I just want to point out that this area was not part of the primary bike route on this PD. That's located further to the east. We are not disrupting any of the primary bicycle routes. And we are also not in the pedestrian priority core. Those are type A streets, and those will be developed out in a much different way than this periphery development for Burlington.
Ms. Batzel, we've run out of time, but I'm going to give you 30 more seconds because of some of your time was eaten up by the back and forth we had at the beginning. So You can
Problem.
have 30
I'm just going to
seconds.
recap really briefly. It is critically important for this very important project that we fill that hole in the donut and relocate Burlington. They require these certain conditions. They require that the parking is in front. They require certain things that we have to accommodate. We realize that this may not be where we ultimately want to be, but we also want the Board of County Commission to understand that this is a drastic necessity to being able to fill that ultimate urban vision for the project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And at this time, I'll ask, and by the way, commissioners and applicant, I think I was mistaken. I was thinking we were still in the F section when I was expressing concerns about the applicant's request to have rebuttal time after we hear from Planning Commission. Actually, in this, being that it's an E section, we typically do have proponent, then opponent, then development services recommendations, and I would expect us to hear from the Planning Commission's concerns at that time, and then the applicant will have 5 minutes of rebuttal. Sorry for the confusion about that. We switched back and forth from F to E procedures. Okay, so that at this time we are to proponent testimony. I see we did have some proponents signed up to speak. The proponents have a total of 15 minutes. So go.
Well, my name is Mark Sharp. I'm a proponent, and I'm also the director of the Tampa Innovation Partnership. We have 6 acres. Soon we'll be adding a 7th, and over 230 members. Commissioners, 18 years ago, I wasn't the director. I was a county commissioner. And one of the first things that I did was to go meet with the president of the University of South Florida and ask her, what's the most important thing that we could do to help lift up the area? And she said to me back in 2004, buy them all. Well, I worked with staff for 10 years as a commissioner, participated in countless studies, in fact, over 21 studies. And all the studies that we did and all the work that we did came back and said that the university area is a driver of our county's economy, and that this mall is a very important piece of the development of the entire area. Challenge was that there was no one owner. As Ms. Batzel has eloquently stated, when the mall was, they broke ground in 1971, it opened its doors in 1974, but you had multiple owners. So it's always been very complex. And then we got a huge break. In 2015, RD Management stepped up, and they said they were going to buy them all. But as I said, it was in parts. So they had to assemble it together. The Penny's piece, the Dillard's piece, the Macy's piece, the Sears piece. Took them 5 years of assemblage. And now this very complex strategic piece, Burlington. Because as you saw from Ms. Batzel's testimony, the core of the development, where the urban development will take place, is where Burlington sits. And so in order to be able to fulfill this dream that we've had dating back almost 2 decades, we need to move Burlington to the front. And so that movement is going to unleash tremendous economic development. And I would say that just as a result of RD Management coming in and purchasing the mall, we've had others along Fowler Avenue, from the Idea School, right off of 275 in Fowler. The Logan family, which owns 40 acres at Fowler, Nebraska, now talking about redeveloping their property into a dense urban development. The Yingling project, which took many years of back and forth, but they saw what they thought was going to happen here at the University Mall and said, we want to be part of this exciting redevelopment of the area. And so the players and partners have come together, and now we look at this very important, what we consider strategic move that'll be a catalyst for the development of the mall property into an urban mixed-use development. And that's why it's so important. It's going to unleash tremendous potential for the entire area. It's going to take a disjointed area that was lying there and lift it up. And I would just say that the work that they have done, while not easy and at times very complex, and it dates back over 2 decades of conversations, has now led to this point where we have the ability to create the dense, urban, walkable core that's so important. We've got amazing partners and we've got amazing tenants that are there now, many of them with public use, and that's going to only continue to grow. But this movement today is critically important, and it's why I'm here. You know, I set out because I felt like we had an opportunity to do something really special. And this is an important strategic step. And I want to thank you for your time. And I certainly want to thank the time of all the staff members who've been working with the team that they've assembled on this project. And I'm here, again, as the director, signaling my strong support. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other proponents who wish to speak?
No, Madam Chair, none on the list.
Do we have any opponent testimony?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, and this brings us to the Development Services amended recommendations.
Commissioner, no amended recommendations. We are just trying to clarify one item is that there might have been a slight difference in the crosswalk configuration that was shown by the applicant to what we have in the backup, and so we're just trying to confirm that that what they have put up is what they're proposing to use. Is it there's a slight difference in the number of crosswalks.
Okay, while you're checking that, I'll ask if the Planning Commission would like to speak and let us know if they've changed their recommendations and what their concerns were when they found this inconsistent.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Innovation Corridor Mixed Use 35 Future Land Use category. The site is located in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the University Area Community Plan. The request includes proposed modifications to street types on the south side of Block 10 in front of the proposed Sprouts, Burlington, and retail buildings. The original approval, which was PD 19-1443, showed this area as a Type B street. The approved Type B street standard cross-section includes a 12-foot sidewalk on both sides, 2 10-foot travel lanes, and on-street parking on both sides. The applicant is proposing to change the Type B street in front of this retail area to the cross-section entitled Shopping Center Internal Drive. While the Shopping Center Internal Drive includes a minimum of 12 feet as a sidewalk area in front of the buildings, the cross-section shows the removal of the reciprocal 12-foot sidewalk on the other side of the cross-section. Shopping Center Internal Drive also eliminates the 8-foot on-street parking lanes shown on both sides of the travel lanes in both the Type B street standard and Type B street alternate cross-sections that were approved. The proposed Shopping Center Internal Drive cross-section increases the 2 travel lanes from 10 feet to 12 feet each. The proposed changes are drastically different than the original approval by eliminating one side of the sidewalk, eliminating the on-street parking option, and increasing the travel lane widths. Overall, the proposed changes maintain the large surface parking areas that already accommodate automobile users, and then removes the amenities for pedestrians and bicyclists, resulting in safety concerns for multimodal users. The applicant is also proposing to add Type D Street Phase 1 cross-section, which would include a 6-foot sidewalk on both sides of the street, with 2 11-foot travel lanes and a 10-foot stripe median. The Type D Street Phase 1 cross-section is proposed for 2 of the entrances to the site. The approved Type D Street includes a sidewalk area that is 16 feet wide at minimum on both sides of the street, optional on-street parking on both sides, and 2 11-foot travel lanes in each direction with a 10-foot raised curb median. The new proposed Type D Street Phase 1 proposes to eliminate the 2 16-foot sidewalk areas replacing them with a 6-foot sidewalk area on both sides of the street. In addition, the optional on-street parking has been removed from the cross-section. The 10-foot raised median has been replaced with an at-grade 10-foot stripe median, and the number of travel lanes has been reduced from 2 in each direction to 1 in each direction. Planning Commission staff notes that the proposed changes to the street types mentioned just now are moving away from the intent of the Innovation Corridor Mixed Use 35 Future Land Use category. The ICMU category was created through 2 privately initiated comprehensive plan amendments, HCCPA 18-21 and HCCPA 18-22, and those were approved in April of 2019. Per the ICMU 35 category description included in the future land use element in Appendix A, developments in this category should reflect elements of mixed use design such as pedestrian, bicycle, and roadway connectivity, be pedestrian oriented and walkable, and also have sensitivity to the roadway corridor presence. Design changes such as the elimination of sidewalks, reduction of sidewalk widths, elimination of on-street parking, and the widening of drive aisles are reflective of a more standard strip commercial design, which is prohibited in this category, and also does not meet the intent of ICMU 35. Furthermore, the demographic analysis recently conducted as part of Plan Hillsborough's non-discrimination and equity plan notes that the university area has a high concentration of racial and low-income populations and is one of the areas with the highest percentage of zero vehicle households. Walking, cycling, and transit are lifelines for the community's mobility needs. Historically, land use and transportation decisions have been based on automobile level of service, which is one of the reasons why the state of Florida, and namely Hillsborough County, lead the country in traffic-related fatalities. A 20 to 35 mile per hour speed is preferable, as speed is the critical factor in a person surviving a crash. The Transportation Planning Organization, or TPO, Speed Management Action Plan was consulted as part of our best practices research. Transportation Element Policy 1.3.2 includes language about improving high vehicular traffic areas by better physical design for bicycle and pedestrian safety, and significantly reducing the number of crashes. In addition to speed, connectivity of walking and cycling facilities makes using these modes and transit comfortable and safe. The proposed Type D Street Phase 1 cross-section will not provide a place for cycling and requires a pedestrian to utilize a 6-foot sidewalk adjacent to an 11-foot travel lane with only a 2-foot raised curb to separate the pedestrian from the vehicle and the travel lane. The applicant has not demonstrated how the proposed changes create a unified and safe pedestrian network, which is inconsistent with policy direction in the comprehensive plan regarding pedestrian safety, and that is part of Community Design Component Objective 15-2 and Transportation Element Policy 3.1.3. Fowler Avenue currently has bike lanes and sidewalks. The Florida Department of Transportation is currently completing a multimodal plan for Fowler Avenue in recognition of the many residents using transit and foot travel in this corridor. If approved, Type D Street Phase 1 would be the connection from Fowler Avenue for customers, residents, and employees traveling to the University Mall property for the foreseeable future. The originally approved Type D Street, which includes generous sidewalk areas on both sides of the street, optional on-street parking, and 2 travel lanes in each direction with a 10-foot raised median, takes into account the safety and connectivity originally envisioned by the ICMU 35 Future Land Use category. Type D Street Phase 1 and Shopping Center Internal Drive cross-sections are not multimodal nor transit-oriented in design, and therefore are inconsistent with the intent of the ICMU 35 Future Land Use category. The proposed timing mechanism for Type D Street Phase 1, as outlined in proposed conditions 5.3D, is the earlier of the 2 following options. 1, when new vertical square footage is added to any block adjacent to a Type D Phase 1 street, or 2, when the traffic monitoring report indicates that the existing traffic plus new traffic is anticipated to exceed the 2-way peak hour level of service D threshold for a 2-lane divided roadway. While the applicant has submitted supplemental information entitled Type D Phase 1 cross-section to Type D cross-section monitoring dated 1/24/22 that attempts to describe the proposed conditions in more detail, while also providing for some examples of development that could render the Type D street in effect, The proposed timing mechanism does not alleviate the concern that the Type D Street Phase 1 design could remain for an extended period of time. The timing mechanism does not give Planning Commission staff a comfort level that would render the proposed minor modifications consistent with the future land use category ICMU 35 or policy direction cited regarding pedestrian and bicycle connectivity and fostering a pedestrian-oriented and walkable urban form. According to the proposed condition 5.21, Shopping Center Retail Drive would only be reconstructed as a Type B street when either Block 14, which is the block directly south of the proposed Burlington and Sprouts area, is redeveloped with new vertical square footage or when a new use is introduced. Again, the timing of either of these options is uncertain and unpredictable. East-west pedestrian connectivity is lost by replacing the originally approved Type B street with the new Shopping Center Retail Drive typical section. While this typical section does include a 12-foot sidewalk directly in front of the proposed storefronts, this area will accommodate customers coming in and out of the stores, and in addition to truck traffic as shown on sheet 6 of 6 in the most recent submittal. Not having a dedicated area for pedestrians as shown on the originally approved Type B street standard typical section, or a dedicated area for pedestrians and bicyclists as shown in Type B street alternate typical section, would significantly decrease pedestrian and bicycle safety as well as connectivity, which is inconsistent with comprehensive plan policy direction as cited in Transportation Element Policies 1.3.2, 3.1.3, and 3.2.1. The proposed range of uses and the relocation of uses on site does meet the intent of ICMU 35 by providing for a mix of uses. The basis for the inconsistency finding is founded on the proposed changes in the cross sections and the conditions relating to the pedestrian safety and connectivity. The proposed modifications regarding site design are not consistent with the intent of ICMU 35 future land use category, which is to provide for pedestrian and bicycle connectivity, pedestrian-oriented development, and roadway corridor sensitivity and presence. The proposed changes align with a traditional suburban development and do not foster opportunities to live, work, and play as the ICMU 35 category envisions. The request has been found inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. This request would be in direct conflict with the ICMU 35 future land use category vision and the University Area Community Plan vision. The full list of goals, objectives, and policies that were applied to this minor modification request and this inconsistency finding are included in the Planning Commission memo in the backup. I will add that the applicant has added some crosswalks and speed tables to the site plan and also revised the timing mechanism slightly after the Planning Commission memo was filed. These changes do not alleviate our concern that the overall roadway design has been compromised and that it's not consistent with the future land use category ICMU 35. And with that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Leinhart. Mr. Gormley, are you ready to advise?
Yes, we have confirmed with the applicant that the intent of the applicant is to have two crosswalks to the Sprouts, the structure labeled Sprouts on the site plan, and that the other two uses have one crosswalk each, and that they be raised crosswalks. So that differs from the graphic that's been provided to us, but we're comfortable with that change, and I wanted to make that clarification on the record that if approved, the general site plan would reflect that additional crosswalk and that it is a raised crosswalk.
Thank you. And let the record show that Commissioner Overman is joining us, but I'm going to retain the gavel for the balance of this item. So that takes us to 5 minutes for applicant rebuttal.
Yes, Elise Batzel with Stearns Weaver. I'd initially like our transportation consultants, experts to address the pedestrian safety issues and talk about, once again, those things that we've incorporated in the plan to address the speed and the connectivity issues that the Planning Commission raised in their report.
Thank you, Elise. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Hatton. I'm a registered professional engineer with Kimley Horn Associates. I've been working in the Tampa Bay area for now over 30 years. As Elise said, I think the focus to understand here is that these interim conditions are only going to be in the interim, that we do have thresholds that ultimately will be developed as part of the traffic volumes, and at what point the thresholds are met, these extended, the more intense type D cross sections will be made. But even in the interim, we are making safety enhancements, and I think that's the big part that is want to make sure is being addressed, that we're actually creating the crosswalks, the raised medians that will allow for a safer, enhanced pedestrian flow in the development, certainly much greater than it is right now. This will help to traffic or calm traffic in the area, reduce the speeds as the Planning Commission has requested, and certainly, again, sidewalks, bicycle paths are still part of the plan. That's one of those things that I think cannot be overlooked in terms of this interim condition.
Thank you. And you have 3.5 minutes left for your rebuttal. Are you finished?
No, and my name is Rick Tordoff. I happen to be one of the principals of the group that owns the mall. Now, by the name of Rhythm. I was going to speak a lot longer, but obviously we're out of time. 2 things I want to bring up to the attention of the commission, and thank you all for taking the time to hear us. So just quick, the acquisition history of the property. We started assembling this property. The first thing we bought was in 2014, which was the interior mall and the former JCPenney's. 2015, we bought the former Dillard's and the parking deck. 2016, we bought the former Macy's. 2018, we bought the Sears. The only thing that we have been unable to do or to purchase is Burlington. Burlington has a 7-acre parcel, as Elise has shown on the donut. The Burlington store does exceptionally well, and they were not willing to sell their property. The only transaction that they were willing to make is to have a new store built for them up front, facing Fowler, and it's a 50,000 square foot building. The existing building is 106,000 square feet, thereabouts. It was a former Montgomery ward. So the deal we structured with them in order to be able to fill the donut and to be able to give us flexibility in redevelopment of the entire site was just basically a land swap, giving us this, we'll get the 7 acres, we'll have a 50,000 square foot pad. So in terms of acreage, it gives us great flexibility. The most important thing that I want you to know, and some of you may know this, in the development of malls, not just here in Tampa, but all over the country, how it typically works is there's a developer that owns the main mall where all the small shops are, and then there's a series of anchors. And it's been no different in Tampa here. As I said, Penny's own their own, Sears own their own, Macy's, Dillard's, and Burlington, which was a Montgomery ward. The documents that tie all these people, all these anchors together with the developer, is that each anchor has what really essentially a veto power. So unless they have the ability to stop any redevelopment of the mall, there's some development rights for the developer, but essentially it's a veto right. So that's why, quite frankly, what Mark mentioned, no one wanted to touch this mall because there was all these different forms of ownership. There was 5 different ownerships. We were either smart or stupid, time will tell, whether we went out and did the right thing and bought all these properties. The last holdout is Burlington. If Burlington I'm not able to move Burlington from the back to the front, they will always retain this veto power, and this project will be greatly inhibited in terms of its ability to develop this urban core. I am committed to this urban core, but in order for me to be able to implement that plan that we've spent, as you said, as you've seen, 7 years, I need to commit to get the buy-in and the acceptance of Burlington. So I urge you, I've done this in other places. Public health, safety, and welfare is very important, and I'm not diminishing that fact. But the modifications that we made here allow for transportation of pedestrians, allow for transportation of people on bikes. I know the demographic of the area. I'm not trying to ignore any of those conditions. What we're providing for 23rd Street will be built fully through with.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
I don't know. I thought I spoke quick enough, but I guess that's
Thank you. Yes, you did get a lot in there, make good use of the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so at this time, we will open for board discussion. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Well, I just want to cut right to cut right to the chase. Burlington owns their pad, correct? Ms. Batzel, are you still there?
Yes, that's Elise Batzel, Weaver. Yes, they own their pad.
They own their pad. So if they don't want to move, they can stay exactly where they are in the configuration that they're in, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, that's the economic reality that we're dealing with.
And so what was implied in your presentation, but I want to sort of nail down, is the conditions that Burlington has given you to move are what is driving your need to make changes in the access, correct?
Yes, exactly, sir.
And the street as it was contemplated before, with all of the elements that the Planning Commission went through, that was not acceptable to them as part of their new location?
Particularly the shopping center drive, the type B street that ultimately will be put in that space, and I can show you if you're a visual person, but has sidewalks and parking on each side. And so ultimately, when the parking lot to the south is redeveloped and there's a parking garage, that makes total sense. Burlington is requiring that they have a more suburban front to their development where parking is in front, there's sidewalks up against the building, and it would be very awkward with trucks pulling in, to be honest, servicing it, to have pedestrians and then parking and then a road. It just doesn't function appropriately. So there are safety issues. I know that sounds like counterintuitive, but with trucks pulling into the Burlington site and the other retail, if you have pedestrian and then parking and then a street and then another parking, it's an awkward configuration. The more traditional suburban tends to function more efficiently, which is why we put in all those additional pedestrian measures just to ensure that there were extra safety measures in the shopping center area.
You know, I'm interested to hear what everyone has to say about this, and I know that there's a lot of heartburn related to making concessions on pedestrian and bicycle and vehicular access. I know that those are very important issues for this board and also for the TPO. But I do think we're in a little bit of a different position here than we are when we're looking at a normal redevelopment proposal. This situation is one in which there's someone there that really has a veto power over this entire redevelopment. And whether we like it or not, they own that pad that is crucial to making this thing work. And I do think that puts us in a different posture than when we're normally considering these types of applications. I don't think this is perfect, but I think that the applicant has done everything they possibly can to just make this work in the world that they're actually living in.
Thank you. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. We've all been looking at this area for decades, and I appreciate the history that was given in terms of the challenges that this area presents for redevelopment, and I do believe it is a very, very challenging area to redevelop. I think these mall areas, and this is, as was stated, something that's happening across the country, are difficult to redo. And I'm sure everyone on this board has been, really looking at this project and excited about the possibilities. But I was thinking about possibilities of internal bicycle pedestrian only. And watching this, and I, heard very much what the applicant was saying, and thought about a lot. I also heard what the commission was saying, the Planning Commission, and I'm just wondering if there's some ground in between here still that can be found. We kind of did some talking here at I guess, through this meeting, but I'm just wondering if more time, something else can't be worked out. In particular, I guess, like the Planning Commission, I just don't have a high comfort level with the timing requirements. As they said, uncertain and unpredictable, and I'm wondering, I don't think I know enough about or how the trigger mechanisms could work. It seems like the triggering might never occur, or the conditions might never occur that would require what was contemplated. And I do understand the challenges with the Burlington Coal Factory, and I do see the improvements that are made, just with this, what's been termed interim. I'm just wondering if there can be some conditions where, let's say, if no other conditions are triggered in a decade, that there's a promise to reconfigure, or, maybe if we continued, if there could be some further discussion, some further, idea of how this works, because, I hear the applicant and the challenges. I recognize the opportunities, and I would like to have some more certainty and some more predictability, that we will eventually get to the final place, or if that's not what is any longer there, that there'll be something that we can find a good fit. But and Commissioner Cohen, yes, I know we have been really looking at Vision Zero, and it's been a great disappointment. Just last week, we found out that pedestrian and bicycle deaths, I think, went from what was 225 last year to 250 this year, if I've got those numbers in my head right. And I mean, as we move forward, it's just so important that we do everything to accommodate this. I was also, I didn't quite get every comparison down, but I remember wondering, just in the plan, it seems like the roadways moved from 11 or 10 feet to 12 each, and I didn't understand that. And I'm just wondering if we were to move to continue this, if there could be further discussion about this, and perhaps coming back with a new set condition to make this or an ultimate improved plan come forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Kemp, and I'm hoping that we can continue this as well while I listen to the board discussion. I'll tell you, I lived in this area for 12 years, and this was my mall, but those days have passed. These old malls are, becoming a blight on neighborhoods where we're trying to redevelop. I am very excited. I was very excited by the original proposal, and we granted them that plan category with high density and everything, all of us looking forward to something. But, that was not that long ago to be coming back and saying we're not going to be able to do that exciting mixed-use, walkable, bikeable town center that we were talking about when we came and asked for that extra density and comp plan category. So I think a little more time is warranted to see if we can get closer to the original vision. You know, I've been disappointed many times when the county, when developers come and give a big, exciting presentation, but then a couple of years later, they're coming in and saying, you know, no, we're going to do something a little less than that, and asking for modifications. And that's how I feel here. I feel disappointed that this is looking like a strip mall in front of a sea of parking for the foreseeable future if we were to okay this now. And I'll remind the board that this is in the E section. It's a PRS. It hasn't been to the zoning hearing master. If we continue it today, it doesn't have to go back through some lengthy process. They can just go back and work with their planners, our planners, the Planning Commission, and see if they can bring us something that more closely matches the vision that we were all hoping for, and I know the applicant was hoping for when they came to us initially with the vision of walkable, bikeable, mixed-use town center. But there is the Planning Commission had a litany of ways that the pedestrian bicycle infrastructure was being reduced, and eliminating sidewalks, and then also simultaneously widening the road width, which we all are learning is very dangerous proposition for, it results in more accidents. When you have wider road widths, you have faster speeds coming through this very large parking area, reducing the width of the sidewalks. And I really don't, I mean, I'm still optimistic that with all that land for parking, that some of it could be dedicated for the roads and sidewalks that was initially envisioned. It's not like, you know, you're squeezed here. I'm hoping that the planners and designers on the applicant side can come up with something more creative that is safer for bicycles and pedestrians, especially as the Planning Commission staff noted. We are being committed not only to Vision Zero, but to looking at development, redevelopment, growth through an equity lens. And in this area, we have lower economic income, fewer people can afford a car for every single person in their household. There is a lot of bicycle, pedestrian, transportation as a primary mode of transportation. We need to protect those people in this area and provide transit-oriented development. That was part of the promise for this redevelopment, was transit-oriented, and I hear the Planning Commission also being disappointed that some of that was being reduced and eliminated here with the redesign. So personally, I would not be prepared to support this today, although, you know, I am optimistic that we can, you know, something better can come back to us. So I'm looking for, hoping for a motion to continue and let everyone continue working on this a little bit more. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And while I did not hear the Planning Commission's objections to the, that would suggest that it would not be appropriate, I do realize, and I have driven up there a lot lately just to drive around, that the 3 or 4 properties right on Fowler Avenue are basically suburban design. You got to get through the suburban design to get to this area. And that's already there. It's already built. It's not changed. It's also in the city of Tampa. It's my understanding. So it, you know, there's a suburban approach to this particular property. And I do think and would like to know that if we were to continue it today, in order for them to work with the planning department, the zoning hearing master, to discern if there's a moderate change to address what Commissioner Cohen mentioned. You know, what are the triggers? How do we identify those triggers for moving to something that would be more in line with the pedestrian as the area continues to design? But more importantly, none of this matters if the Burlington folks say no. And so I was curious, you know, if we didn't approve this and they say no, what does that look like? And is there a timeline? Can the applicant share with us if there is a timeline that if this were not to move forward without at least some concessions on the triggering effect for the recommendations of the triggering that were discussed? You know, what does that timeline look like? Because if it were continued today, would that jeopardize even having any of these changes come back to the table? Can the applicant address that question?
Yeah. Elise Batzel with Stearns Weaver. So just to address your question, we have been working with staff on these triggers. There are 4 of them for months. That's why we have development services recommendation of approval, because we have been working very hard to ensure that these triggers are in place. And with 15 minutes, we didn't get to go into detail on those triggers, but those have already been fully vetted. We could, if we were to do a continuance without losing Burlington, we could only continue for a week. This deal is so close to falling apart at this point because we have continued and continued and continued in order to try to seek staff support. We have development services recommendation of approval because of those very detailed triggers. So there is already in your conditions those guarantees of when this will turn back over.
That sort of answers my question, because it sounds like this is if development services has found a way to get to a place and we could identify or more clarify the triggers or hold a couple of them in place to allow the project to move forward, I would like to suggest that we do so, because I'd hate to see us go back to square one on this. There's been a lot of work done here. And as we've all said, we've been watching this project for quite some time. We would like to see something move forward. But if it requires a decision that would actually come back in a week, that isn't feasible. We can't do that, right? Development services, Adam, did you address that concern?
Yeah, so there is a trigger that's built into the conditions, and the trigger is related to the level of service on either one of those D roads, type D roads, and it provides that when the level of service on those type D roads reaches level of service D, then no, it's just coincidence. then the road is required to be built to the full type D cross section. And so that trigger is dependent on additional increments of development. There's not a timing element to it, but it's a incremental addition of traffic. And the way that the project is currently structured, with the development of each new block in the project, the applicant is required to provide a traffic analysis that will provide that analysis of those type B roads and the volumes on it and the associated level of service. That is a trigger that we have recommending approval of. It's true that if nothing else happened at the mall, then at the project site, that level of service D is unlikely to get triggered with just regular traffic, but it's calibrated for the incremental development of the site and recognizing that when it hits that level of D threshold, then the full road improvements are required. You are correct that nothing can be done in a week to come back to this board. There's just not enough time. The next board meeting is March 8th for land use, and so that's...
Thank you very much for your response, and I appreciate that. So So what triggers the traffic studies, I guess? Is it the additional developable square footage that occurs that would require a traffic study, so that if it appeared as though there was more traffic coming on there that would jeopardize the pedestrians and cyclists that are going through what is now a suburban parking lot, what would trigger that traffic study? Could you help me understand?
Yes, I'll address that. And as new development occurs within the mall, each new block that's being developed, the applicant is required with that development to provide a traffic study to us that would show existing traffic and proposed new traffic from that incremental development. So each increment of development will require a traffic study to be provided. There are actually, I didn't mention the first time, there are additional triggers that are regardless of the level of service. If development occurs adjacent to those D street segments, then those D street segments need to be upgraded to the full cross section. So that is not dependent on traffic volume. That is simply the location of that development. So if something is on that block apart from the three uses being contemplated today, it would trigger the requirement for upgrading the type D road that's adjacent to it.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, given the way it's designed now, where it's a very suburban approach, even through the shop, I guess there's a couple of restaurants and other things that are right on Fowler Avenue, which is very suburban in nature. This road structure, once even with Burlington moving to its location, with the demands that they've set, as additional development occurs on the property, so for example, the property in the back that they would want to redesign for more of an urban village approach, as that process occurs, should a traffic study would occur that would determine whether or not additional safety measures in the road design that is being reduced at the moment in this application would be required to move forward. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's safety and a stylistic design to support the development type that's sought there. But I will just note that with the development of the Burlington and the other uses, there will be improvements required on those existing access ways today. But what the application is requesting is that be a phased series of improvements. So the Schedule 1 Type D road would come in with the Sprouts and the Burlington, and then the level of service D or other redevelopment triggers the full cross section. But what you described is correct. Something in the back
that would cause more traffic coming out onto the front of the property?
Yes.
Okay, all right. That answers my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I might just follow up before I go to the next commissioner. If these triggers occur, the applicant will be required to improve the roads with these to the standards that have the sidewalks and bike lanes and everything and the safety features, whether or not Burlington is here or there, correct?
Yes, so this application would, yes, under this application, if it were approved, whether Burlington moves or not, that requirement would still be in place. So I have every reason to believe that Burlington will actually move. But if this was approved, so the redevelopment of that front area, and the uses are labeled. I think there's some brand names labeled on there. We're not regulating by that brand name. We're regulating by whatever use is there. But
well, what I'm really asking is, if Burlington moves, which I'm happy to assume that's going to happen if we approve this, they will still have to improve that road even with Burlington there.
Yes.
If level of service triggers it. So yes.
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 And just to be clear, sorry, there are two different roads that are in question. There's the type D roads that are the main access ways into the development, and those are the roads that have the level of service D trigger or adjacent redevelopment. There is also the type B road that's running east-west that is fronting on Burlington, and that design is the one with the 12-foot sidewalks on the north and the raised crosswalks. That is the redevelopment of that road to the typical type B cross-section is tied to either the redevelopment or change of use of either the Burlington or Sprout, the structures identified as Burlington or Sprouts, or the redevelopment of the parking lot that's in front of it. So there are two different triggers for the two different roads. The type B is more localized to the three uses being contemplated, and the type D are the major feeder roads for bringing traffic off Fowler into the site.
So the road that would go in front of, east-west, in front of Burlington, which we'd be changing to this kind of strip plaza configuration of trucks unloading and loading in front of the stores, and then a parking lot with no sidewalk on the other side, instead of having two sidewalks and on-street parking as was envisioned. That will never change unless and until Burlington moves.
Burlington or the structure identified as Sprouts right now, the grosser use, or the redevelopment of that parking area to the south of it. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. The folks that are before us today have done yeoman's work on this innovation district concept. The applicant has done an ample job of working with staff and getting this before the board in such a way that there's a recommendation of approval. We're at a critical juncture here, so I would move for approval of the item.
Second. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Overman. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I still have several questions. One is, would it, given this time constraint that it's come to us, could we ever schedule something like this at a board meeting day?
It is possible. It's not the protocol or what the board typically would do, but there's no, there wouldn't be a procedural flaw or fault in the process if it was scheduled for a different day than a land use meeting.
So it could be, for instance, scheduled for the next board meeting, that would be permissible?
Not able to speak to the logistics of it, but procedurally it wouldn't, there's nothing that binds the board externally other than internal processes to have land use items on the land use agenda. So it could be heard at a regular board meeting and not have the decision reached there be compromised or in jeopardy because of the meeting that it was heard.
So can I have staff put up it was one of the first shown where you can see the north-south roads moving into the development and the Sprouts and the Burlington, well, just north. Page 13. I'm not sure which page it is, but it's been presented to us at least twice. That's, I guess, yeah. Okay, so I just have some questions here. First of all, just to be clear, it is county property anywhere north of Fowler Avenue and the city south of Fowler Avenue, correct?
Ma'am, there's a portion between the southern border of this PD and Fowler Avenue that's within the jurisdiction of the city of Tampa.
Okay, but, so, I mean, how, is that like, I don't know.
It's depicted, I believe, on this plan here. I believe that dashed line.
Okay, so that suburban type development that Commissioner Overman speaks to is kind of those fast food or whatever that's right there. I just wanted to be, okay, those are within the city of Tampa. And then these roads go through here and the whole parking lot and everything else. And so when these roads go through, the north-south roads, just curiously go through the city of Tampa. But are we totally making the decision for this, or does the city of Tampa also have any jurisdiction in terms of the part of the roadway that goes through the city of Tampa property? Just curious.
The city of Tampa would need to permit the portion that runs through the city of Tampa. The requirement is attaching to the PD, and it would, so as the uses within the PD are sought to be utilized or developed, that standard would apply. So, I mean, and that's the condition we have today. The D roads that are running up there have always gone through the city of Tampa. And
so this will have to be, that part of the roadway will have to be brought to the city of Tampa as well to agree with, in order to reconfigure those differently?
Unless there was, so these are private properties, not right of way. So. So the permitting authority, unless the city would allow us to exercise that, the permitting authority for the uses that are within the city of Tampa would be the purview of the city of Tampa.
Right. So okay. So this. So the part south of those lines are going to, if we change the way that the part north of the city of Tampa goes, I'm imagining they want it to pair it up. This is also going to have to go before the city of Tampa.
I don't believe it needs to go before their city council or have any entitlement approval. It would be through their permitting process of looking at the construction of the roads if they.
So it could be administratively approved on their side, whereas here it has to come to the board?
So it's coming to the board today because if the zoning as it sits today, the project could develop and we would permit those roads that are consistent with the cross sections in the PD. If the PD were to be modified similarly, once this is done, here's what needs to be constructed, it would be an administrative permitting process, looking at how the dimensions of the road, how it's constructed, the physical aspects of its construction.
Okay. So, and now we're talking about level of service D. We're talking about these north-south roads. One of the triggers would be a level of service D, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so level of service D is just before failing road. So Lithia Pinecrest, from what I remember in memory, had 2/3 of it was level of service C, and 1/3 was level of service D. Level of service D, like, when you have almost like an internal road like this, I just can't even imagine what it takes that this would be a level of service D, particularly if it's in like either a neighborhood or a mall or anything like that. I see it, I mean, it seems like it would, can you describe what it takes to reach level of service D? And I just don't see that trigger in particular being reached ever.
We do have some figures, and if I can ask Mike Williams to present that, because we looked at that question as well. And so level of service D is not a uncommon standard. A lot of the urban roadways in Hillsborough County are level of service D. Most of them are as a set level of service. The level of service, we have some figures. The existing driveways with the existing development, one of them, I believe, currently is about 2/3 of the way to a level of, I'm sorry, 1/3 of the way to level of service D. So we do have some numbers of what, for example, might be increments of development that would get it raised to level of service D. I'll just note that there is some, these are examples, but when a project comes in, we look at the traffic distribution, and it may be distributed amongst multiple driveways. Mike, do you have the figures available to show what that level of service D threshold?
Good morning, Mike Williams. Adam, I'm trying to find them right now. If you give me just a second.
I'd also be curious, just like Fowler Avenue in front of the development, Fowler Avenue around the development, what level of service is that at? Do we have that information?
I do know that Fowler Avenue is being looked at in various designs by DOT, and we do have from DOT specifically as to this amendment, actually right from the secretary, that DOT does not have any objections or concerns.
Right, they may not have any objections, but they're not looking at that necessarily. So, I mean, I would like to know what level of service. I can't imagine that this will ever be a trigger truly for anything, the level of service D. But I just want to try to get some information about this because we don't have it. So this to me is just like, in my mind, I'm honestly not even counting it as a trigger. I don't believe that it will ever reach that. I can't even see where an internal road configured this way. And I'd like to know what roads are like level of service D and where, where we, I mean, our internal roads in Temple Terrace level of service D. I don't see that happening. So I just don't see that as ever being a trigger. But maybe I'll give you a second to get that information because there's only two triggers here. That level of service D is one of the triggers. The second trigger, from what I understand, is vertical building. So I guess the Sprouts and the Burlington Coat Factory, those are going to be like one story like we're used to on a mall. But certainly we've seen other development going up there that is multi-story development in terms of, well, both parking garages and also buildings. So are you saying that there has to be this other vertical requirement that is like if more than one level is put on the parking lot area, or is that if Burlington is made 2 levels? Is it that if any part of the parking area is built on with more than one level, that will then trigger that? I'm not sure I understand what that vertical requirement, the only other requirement besides level of service D, I'm not sure I understand that requirement and when that trigger will ever occur, which is why I echo what the Planning Commission said, which is their concerns about this ever because have no comfort level with the predictability or even possibility, they didn't use that word, but I will, of this ever occurring. So I just want to understand if someone could give me information on what it means to have the vertical trigger.
So what that trigger means is that for the type B road, once the initial site is developed, the 3 uses shown on the site plan, if either of the 2 stores have any type of redevelopment or any type of change of use, that triggers the requirement. The redevelopment of the parking area would be any change of use or physical development on that parking lot after its initial development with the 3 uses being shown on the site plan. So it's really any redevelopment, and in terms of the type D roads, it would be any development or redevelopment on those adjacent roads would trigger the requirement to bring that road up to the full type D road standard.
So as long as the whole area stays a parking lot with these roads going through it, and there's certainly a lot of other parking lot to build on, but as long as those stay parking lots, then it doesn't trigger anything happening. The other condition can't be met that way either.
I do have the information on the level of service. So a level of service D would, at either of those type D road sections, would be 931 trips, and currently today at 20th Street, the volume is 299 trips. This is a peak hour trips, vehicles per hour, leaving the remaining, the delta between level of service D at 632. At the 22nd Street driveway, the current trip count is 571, so actually is about 2/3 of the way there, which would leave another 360 trips before reaching level of service D. And so for the 22nd Street, an additional 200,000 square feet of shopping center, 600,000 square feet of office, or 1,000 hotel rooms would trigger that level of service D threshold.
On the complex or anywhere in the complex?
Well, this is assuming that those are trips coming through that intersection. So you might have a use there that may have some trip distribution of using multiple driveways. So it's not necessarily this use will have this effect here, because there's ways that those trips can be distributed. So just looking at that as the trips coming through those road segments.
And if we put the design back up again, I don't understand. I have to say, we had such a long list read off by the Planning Commission. Like, why in the world maybe someone can explain to me why we're widening the road why the lanes are being widened out of the original plan? Why is that?
I'll ask the applicant to speak to their design. I will say that the plan already has latitude to allow for wider elements to it that's already approved in the plan today. So they would be committing to that wider road and can ask the applicant to speak to their specific.
See, we're doing everything to narrow lanes, that's why I just don't understand, but, okay, because apparently so they're using what is available in the plan, but they, why are they widening? Maybe the applicants can speak. Why do they need to widen them from 10-foot lanes to 12-foot, or why would they even do that?
And just before the applicant answers, we got an answer. Fowler in front of the mall is operating at a level of service C.
Okay, so Fowler in front of the mall is operating a level of service C. I just don't ever expect the internal roads to do greater than that. But anyway, thank you. Maybe we can have this question answered about.
Yes, my name is Nathan Lee with Kinley Horn and Associates. I did swear in. The only lane really that widened was in front of the shopping center for that section, and we widened it a foot, and that was basically for trucks to get in and out more safely. And the speed tables have been provided as far as safety with high resolution crosswalks, and there'll be fences and gates provided for the truck areas, so that won't be seen from the public eye as well. So 1 foot is the width we widened them in front of the shopping center.
So the east-west road right in front of the shopping center has been widened from 10 foot to 12 foot to accommodate trucks. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then how about the roads going north-south, the D-type roads, I guess they are? So how wide are the lanes in the D-type roads going north-south?
They're 11 feet wide.
Okay. And as you're not changing that, but would you,
No.
As part of this, could those lanes be made 10 feet wide instead?
11 feet. 11 feet to 10 is not that big of a difference there, but it does help with the traffic.
And it would, and maybe you'd have more.
This is a shopping center atmosphere. It's not necessarily like a county road going through a neighborhood.
Well, I know, that's why I never expected to reach level of service D.
You are approved for 7 million square feet here.
Yes.
But 7 million square feet, I would expect it to reach level of service D.
So I just have not the, as you can hear, I really do want to say yes, and I understand the challenges and I understand the urgency, but I really feel uncomfortable with these triggers. I would feel comfortable with a trigger that said, no matter what, we will, you can leave out the B-type road in front of the mall, let's say, in front of the stores, but say that the rest of it is triggered by a time, like 5 years or 10 years if it's not triggered before. And I would feel comfort level with that, like that would happen. And honestly, I'd be willing to leave out the east-west. I don't think it's wise. I don't think it's on the part of the developer or on the part of the tenants that want that. I don't think it is a wise way for them to redevelop their store, but if that is a condition, I could see leaving the east-west in front of those 3 places out. But the other parts, I'd like to see some really true trigger, I guess, like a timeliness, like 5 years or 10 years or something, if these two, or, these conditions, or if they don't, then 10 years or something. I don't know what it would be, but I'm just throwing this out there. And I guess with that, I'd like to make a substitute motion to see if there could be more discussion on this, bring this back, and if we could schedule it for, in the afternoon, just like we have done with some other meetings if we have to, bring it back and see what we have then. Maybe we'll have a little more, at least I might have a little more comfort with what is going in as a trigger at that time. That's my motion.
So we have a substitute motion from Commissioner Kemp to bring it back to the next BOCC meeting. Do we have a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. I will point out that being this is a PRS, again, that never has to go to a zoning hearing master. If it were to fail today, it can just come back as a PRS, with or without any continuancing. So there's that. I will also say that I understand the pressure that they feel to close the deal, but it's a big deal. And I would hope that they could work with all the parties to go a few more weeks, and address some of the concerns that were spoken to today, rather than just, dropping dead tomorrow. But that's the way it looks to me. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I think one question I do have, it appears as though Burlington is negotiating the frontage of the property. So the shopping center internal drive that is a wider set of lanes than the approaches, in order to facilitate trucks, correct? Is there any other way the trucks can approach that internal shopping center internal drive to get to the front of the buildings? I mean, is the plan for the trucks to go up what we see as the type D style road, or is there a truck entrance designed on the property for the trucks to be able to travel besides the two that we see on the match? And the reason I ask that is, if we got down to 10-foot lanes on what is illustrated as the type D phase 1 road, is a tractor trailer unloading at Burlington possible to approach the building at that level? Because it doesn't appear as though, I don't know if that's the issue. Is there the reason they stayed at 11 feet is to allow for a tractor trailer to be able to approach the front of the building? It's very clear that the frontage road is for that, but are the other roads dependent on them being able to access the property? Is that width dependent?
Madam Commissioner, Nathan Lee again with Kinley Horn. The type D roads, when we first came with the PRS, were always 11-foot lanes on the type D roads. The type B roads, that now is the shopping center internal road, there was a type B alternate design with 13-foot lanes when we first came through in the first PRS, and one with 10-foot lanes. We have the trucks are basically coming up Fowler through the 11-foot lanes and coming into the shopping center road that are 12-foot lanes. I don't professionally have an opinion on whether they're 10-foot or 11-foot, but it does help with the truck and, traffic and all that stuff in front of the shopping center road. And the retailer requires 12-foot lanes as part of the deal in front of their shopping center for both of them. That's what we're up against.
Thank you, because that's what I needed an answer to.
From anything that was initially submitted, it was all part of a plan that was presented before.
Yeah, that was my question, is the frontage, which is the widest set of lanes, a requirement of a retailer? And honestly, given a grocery store has a lot more traffic trips than we would see for a retail operation, the road to the east likely could hit D before the other road. in terms of design. So that's why I was asking, what triggers the D? What's the level of service? Does it require, additional square footage or a second floor to trip the D? But apparently not. It's the number of trips that go through or the further expansion of the shopping mall that would increase the number of trips. More square footage rented within the shopping center itself could very well trip the trips. So I think there are some triggers that could very well make the modification of those roads sooner than we think. But like I said, I'll support the original motion.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner White, second by, was it Commissioner Myers? Commissioner Overman, sorry. And I'm just going to say I won't be able to support it today. I was hoping we could get something a little bit better than this. My main concern is the lowering of the safety standards for pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure and the reduction of transit access, particularly when looking through the equity lens for this community. Although, I'm sorry that we weren't able to get time to do something that we could all feel a lot more comfortable with. So with that, we will take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
No.
Myers?
No.
Smith?
No.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 4-3. Commissioner Kemp, Myers, and Smith voted no.
Thank you. And with that, seeing no further business, or Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
I have just a very quick piece of new business. There are, I'm going to go very quickly because of the late hour. When the urban service boundary was expanded in 2007, there were some properties that were inadvertently left straddling the line, and some of them have 2 future land use designations. And they were supposed to be dealt with later, and they never were. And I would like to ask that the Planning Commission start researching what they can do to bring all of those into some sort of conformity. It would ultimately, I think, require a map amendment, but at the moment, what I'm asking the Planning Commission to do is just look into it and report back to us on a road forward on those properties.
Does that require a motion, or?
I'll make that as a motion, if that's all right.
Seconded by Commissioner Overman. Any further discussion? I will say, this, on the face of it, this is not something that I'm going to say, oh, of course, we'll do this, because I think that it could get complicated, and I'll want to look at it, but I'll approve looking at it, but not committing to supporting it. So with that,
and the details may be different for different properties.
Right, exactly. So with that, we'll take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, anybody else standing between us and lunch? If not, we'll adjourn. Thank you.